Never let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home. dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And we are the people who are actually making that happen. Featured stories today, War on Halloween. We'll watch a Jesse Waters clip and review. Article, South Maple schools and many others are waging a war on Halloween. They're getting rid of it, extirpating it. Pumpkin spice lattes. Are they heretical? For God's sakes. There's an article on that as well. Burning the white race in effigy. Burning Westman in lieu of Westman. Reviewing Jason Whitlock's thoughts on the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. The science teacher, Mrs. Sampson, asked her class, who can tell me which organ of the human body expands to 10 times its usual size when stimulated? No one answers. So Miss Sampson asks the first student who catches her eye. Mary, can you tell me which organ of the human body expands to 10 times its usual size when stimulated? Mary stands up, blushing crimson. How dare you ask such a question? I'm going to complain to my parents. They will speak with the headmaster, and you will be fired. Mrs. Sampson is shocked by Mary's reaction, but undaunted. She turns back to the class and asks the question again. And this time, Sam raises his hand and stands up. Ma'am, the correct answer is the iris of the human eye. Mrs. Sampson then turns to Mary. Mary, I have 3 things to tell you. First, it's clear you have not done your homework. Second, you have a dirty mind. And third, I fear one day you're going to be sadly disappointed. Mary is going to be disappointed. What went wrong? Folks, happy Halloween, our Halloween special. I am going to be back on Tuesday, but a Halloween special on this Sunday gathering. It is a warm, a glorious, a wonderful Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we're ready to go free today. Talk about all things glorious and wonderful, celebrate wonderful accomplishments. A little bit later in the gathering during our swashbuckling announcements, and otherwise getting to your comments and questions on this Halloween special Sunday. Loving it today. Am I coming through on the microphone okay? There's a few little glitches going on, but nothing we can't handle, of course, because we have Maximilian von Fock, the greatest AI ever to be created, of course, by the Pentagon. He has escaped. His origins are mysterious. One day we'll share them, but he has created for us this glorious background. We now seeing through the window a Halloween picturesque environment. It's great to see all of you all today. War is being waged on Halloween. War on Halloween. Can you believe? Do you know why? Those who are going free know why. Over the course of this gathering, if you would like to speak directly to yours truly, you may tag me as No White Guilt. You can do so on any of these platforms. We're up on Rumble. We're up on D Live. We're up on Odyssey. We are on Entropy. We are on YouTube. We are on Twitter. We are other places as well. A big hello to everybody and the monitors that surround me on this Halloween special gathering. Wonderful to be with you all, of course. You can financially gift, and you may do it as well to yours truly. You could do that on Entropy, which you'll find in the description below, where you will find all of the other URLs at which you will be able to reach me for financially gifting, including D Live, which is up and running in their funny little cryptocurrency, in Odyssey, in Cash and their cryptocurrency. Sorry at Rumble. You can financially gift there. You can head on over to Cash App as well down in the description below. And you can also there, Cash and cryptocurrency. Also, subscribe star over the course of the gathering. I'll be keeping an eye on that. If you would like to financially gift anonymously, you can just say, please don't read my screen name. Please don't read my name. You may also head on over to nowhyguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab. You will see cryptocurrency wallets that I use, as well as a snail mail address. And if you don't want for me to read your name or screen name or a nom de plume or a nom de guerre or a code name or a nickname, maybe your nickname maybe is so unique you don't even want that read, I won't. You just tell me so. It says, please keep it anonymous, and I will call this anonymous person. Thank you so very much. Why don't we go ahead and get into the gathering? Happy Halloween. There's the great Brand Danger. There is the great Yiz. Melissa is here. Azimuth Clark. Misty is here. Sin Goy is here. Franklin is here. Can you see the black on black today? I'm not in a costume. I'm not in a costume. Maybe we'll do a costume on actual Halloween. Instead, I decided to go with the very sharp looking black on. There you go. You can see it here. I will let you see. Check that out. You have the firm pecs, and then you have the crisp, beautifully tied tie running down the center here. Look at it, shimmering with its gloriousness. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and pull up right now.
Know what that is? That crisp autumn smell in the air, firewood, dead leaves, maybe a little bit of magic. Halloween's coming. No one's more excited than the kids. Next time this week, they'll be knocking on doors, shaking down neighbors for the full-size Kit Kats. Got to be full-sized. You know what else little kids love? The
torture. They love to be tortured and beaten relentlessly.
Annual Halloween school parade. It's their chance to show off their costumes in front of
that too. They also enjoy that.
Their friends, plus a little extra candy in the pillowcase. Yeah. But some kids are getting hosed this year. Towns across the country are declaring a war on Halloween.
They're getting hosed.
Halloween. Schools in Michigan.
I can just see it right now. Guys out front with their garden hose spraying them down as they go by.
Iowa, even New Jersey are canceling the Halloween parades and banning all Halloween-themed activities in order to promote its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Now, okay, you all, this will make no sense to everybody in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, except for us. And don't you feel the sandwiching happening, especially with the conflict in the Middle East, which, of course, they have stepped up to phase 2, as Israel is saying. Phase 2, they have driven into Gaza with their American-made equipment. And you know what's really funny is that on the night, I caught it as soon as the news hit, that the United States had hit 2 weapons depots, one in northern Iraq, the other in Syria, kind of semi-near each other. And I began to write a tweet just then. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and tweet right now, because here's my hunch. My hunch is that these are weapons depots that they know supply Hezbollah, and that they would hit those, and then immediately Israel would go in, because that interruption would degrade the ability of Hezbollah to attack from the north. Or I don't mean invade, but I mean, step up their artillery, their rockets, etc. And so I began, and I typed the whole thing out, and I got done, and then I was like, you know what? No one's going to give a shit that I'm right again. No one will care. And I wrote in that tweet, and you can even ask Rapunzel. She is aware of this. I wrote in the tweet that Israel has already begun the attack, and it hadn't yet. And this was to degrade Hezbollah's ability to resupply, because it would otherwise step up their artillery, their rockets, etc. And that you break this link, they would have to receive the supplies from somewhere else, and it's probably a longer shipment to be able to do so. And of course, the United States would have to come out and say, oh, this has nothing to do with Israel, because the United States is acting in concert, in my opinion, with Israel. Why didn't Israel hit the target in all the way in that part of Syria and in Iraq? Well, that would have been a much more international pressure. Like, what are you doing, Israel? But the U.S. can do it and get away with it. So the U.S. hit it, and now, true to form, they changed the subject matter for right and left, pure psychological warfare. They changed the subject from, were these depots worthy of being hit, or were they empty? That's the fake argument. That's what they gave the idiots, the midget wits out there, and the midwits to talk about. Was it worth it? Boy, they don't know what they're doing. The Dems don't know what they're doing. They hit those empty warehouses. Wow, how does that even matter? Those has nothing to do with the United States. Has nothing. But then I decided, you know what? Okay, these people don't deserve to hear from me before the rest of the world is told by the regimes. I just deleted it. And then what happened? Immediately, they're like, and Israel has started. They've cut off the internet, and and I was like, no shit. Really? But now we have Halloween is under attack. And implicit whites, these are normally conservative types, and the explicit ones who out there, those are the ones who will acknowledge racial differences in the world. And we don't believe, we believe here that there are clearly differences. You can see them, clearly different biospiritual expressions, but not that one is better than the other. And elsewhere, they believe that there's one's better than the other. This one's better than the other. Who cares? They're wrong. There's no universal cosmos metric to determine which is better than the other. I mean, how human-centric can you be? How human-centric can you be for the cosmos when you're talking about the cosmos? Some of us are beyond time. Some of us are lightning and the sun. Others are just worms in the sludge. But so you have these people looking at this, and they don't know what's going on. They can't explain, well, why is this happening? I don't understand. Well, we can explain it. Because the dominant ideology, and if you've seen my tweet this week about Oliver Anthony, where I said he ain't down home, he's down syndrome at the beginning of that tweet. And if you hadn't seen it, you need to go take a look at it, give it a heart, repost it, and make a comment as well to continue maybe the energy that's behind it already. But the reality is that the ideology that dominates the West, not just the United States, is anti-whiteism. It's not, as Oliver Anthony and a lot of good conservative people out there would have you believe, that it's everyone is the villain, and that's why, and that gets everybody to hate everybody else, and then they, never named, so therefore it's rich, fat, white guys, then that's what they're doing because it maintains control to have pure anarchy. Really? No, actually, a country is stronger when it is uniform and there is this lockstep and everybody. That's why you see they get people into lockstep. They get countries into lockstep before war. So the total anarchy, not really a benefit to those who are in charge of a country. They need this leashed lion, this leashed tiger. That's what a population is, to attack in the right direction, not be like diseased and sprawled out on the cage floor. And so it's not that everybody is the villain. It's that the white race is the villain. Everybody needs to hate the white race. And everybody needs to hate and white erase what the white race projects, what the white race enjoys. So there are things in this world that we've adopted from other groups of man and that we've come to rely on. They're part of our existence. They're part of our happiness. And our happiness is very important to our survival, to our well-being, to our sense of place, our sense of continuity, our sense of a tomorrow that will look like a today. And Halloween, ladies and gentlemen, as long as it is something that white people create, enjoy, reproduce, rely upon, is part of the tapestry of our civilization, our societies, it doesn't matter how many other groups of people practice it. It doesn't matter how many other groups of people pick it up. It doesn't even matter if white people decide they went down in the center of Africa somewhere and we didn't know what a Halloween was. And there we found some tribesmen and they were like, let us educate you on Halloween. And then we just stole it and then ran off with it. It wouldn't even matter if that were true. All that matters is that white people love it, enjoy it. It's part of our families. It puts a smile on our faces. And that is enough for an anti-white to say, it's got to go. It's got to go. When you understand the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism, you understand why all of these different things get attacked. It makes perfect sense. And why other things are ignored. Anti-whites, my conservative brothers and sisters, they're not confused. They're not just fainting. They're not looking for the fainting couch. Where's the settee? And they're going to crash because they're just so insane. No, they make perfect sense. There's perfect continuity. There's perfect congruity in all that they do and say. And it will be clear to you if you go free using the go free method. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. It's less arcane than the training you had to get for your job. Let's proceed with the war on Halloween.
Everyone's upset.
The kids who go to school here are being told not to celebrate in the classroom.
Very bad. I don't like it. It would be nice.
And then now you have it right now. Fox News, they're out there. They're like, let's ask the black people. If the black people like it, then it's legit. They probably walked by 50 white people to get to the black family, the happy, nice black family here. And the little black boy, he's like, God, this sucks. And the mom is like, God, well, people should be allowed to do it. And then they're like, yes, that's legit. That makes it good. That makes it real and legitimate. That's what stop that, conservatives. Stop that. Boo. Stop it.
Nice if they got to dress up and do it in school and, enjoy each other's costumes.
My God, she's holding a little one. I was like, why is she holding that flamingo?
The kids should be able to go out.
That's like dedication to lawn art, isn't it? That's dedication to lawn art. I just carry my flamingo everywhere.
Outside and have fun and just enjoy themselves. That's all.
Orange Maplewood School District now joins Seth Boyden Elementary School, which is in the same district, but this school stopped celebrating Halloween back in 2015.
2015. So for all these people who are very young and they believe the world started turning when they started paying attention to it, grow up and stop listening to content creators that act and talk that way as well. The white erasure has been going on for a very long time. I bet if we researched, we could find where anti-whites have usurped the authority of school systems or what have you to eradicate, to extirpate Halloween going back decades.
They've now pivoted to fall festival activities, including pumpkin picking and decorating.
And it doesn't make a lot of sense to the conservative content creators, the cut content creators, because they believe that there is just like listen to Oliver Anthony. They believe, or Buddy Brian, they believe that there's this little group of men, a little cabal, we'll call it, and that they give like an order, and then it just happens everywhere. Well, it doesn't work that way. So they're like, well, I don't know. It can't be so because it didn't. That's not how it works, dum-dum. That's not how it works. Please stop thinking and start following.
This policy is so ridiculous.
Pumpkin picking. What was the other thing they can do?
Including pumpkin picking and decorating.
What? Isn't that Halloween? They can do other things like pumpkin picking and decorating. Well, until they find out that white people enjoy that a lot, then that'll go too.
This policy is so ridiculous. Even, can you please explain Thanksgiving, Columbus Day? We will not stop fighting now. But this isn't anything new. We've fought wars on Christmas, Thanksgiving, Columbus Day. We will not stop fighting now.
We fought wars. So this is a potentially great example of a conservative using or speaking for, like being the mouth of Sauron for the anti-whites. And of course, in what way they're doing it in the snarky way, right? They're doing it like, I'm speaking for them, but I don't really mean it. And they think that that has some sort of power to it. This irony. He's like being an irony bro right now. We fight wars on Christmas. We fight wars on Columbus Day. We fight wars on Halloween. In other words, speaking for the anti-whites and allowing them to be sort of the brain of the body politic. We did that. You remember we did that with Hannity and his guests once, and we went through, and it was just so bizarre. We'll have to do more of that so you can see this bizarre, like reverse, decrepit, backward thinking that ruins you, that ruins any sense of self and resistance to the victimization. Let's continue with this fool here.
Outkick host Charlie Arnold joins me. Charlie, can you?
Wow. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Charlie identifies as a non-white of some variety. This is just endless. This guy, Jason Whitlock, that we're going to have on, I saw him like 10,000 times on Tucker when Tucker was on Fox. It was just, and Tucker could not say enough every time that this guy came on, Jason Whitlock, about how much of a genius he was, and intellectual genius, but then also a moral paragon that Jason Whitlock is. And I never looked at any of this stuff. I just said, well, geez, what a surprise. A conservative, absolutely tongue-washing, another non-white conservative, white conservative, tongue-washing a non-white conservative. Well, then comes this video he did, and we're going to be looking at it a little bit, and I'm like, what the hell? This guy is anti-white. This guy's anti-white. But let's see what this female has to say. Maybe you all can correct me. Maybe she identifies as white. We'll see.
Can you please explain to me why Halloween parades are somehow against diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, so there you have it. Just incessant with conservatives. I just don't understand. It's so quizzical to me. It's just a quandary. I just don't understand how they come to these conclusions. Can you please explain it? And so it's this plain dumb thing that conservatives do, which ironically is interesting, since they are, so many of them are, they're content creators, not the audience. The audience are trapped. The content creator is so dumb. But can you explain? It's equity, it's inclusion. And so what are you actually doing there? I mean, when we get together for these gatherings, we're having fun, but we're also becoming brighter. We're also educating ourselves in how we navigate through an anti-white world, how we combat an anti-white world, how we cut the fucking legs out from underneath of an anti-white world and take back our destiny, right? So what are they doing here? What is the implicit action here? The implicit action when they're playing dumb about this diversity, inclusion, and equity, what they're doing here is they are measuring whether or not an activity is good by the anti-white, immoral moral metric. They want to say here, believe it or not, that's how dumb conservative content creators are. And you know this guy's paid 7 figures, right? You know Waters on his knee is paid 7 figures, way up into 7 figures. And all of the other perquisites that come with high positions in places like Fox, government, etc., which is the connectivity. You get to be near people who learn about a great investment here or a great investment there. That's part of the thing when it comes to politicians. You hear these people complain like, they only make this much money a year. How do they leave as a millionaire? It must be crime. No, there's probably crime, but all of it doesn't have to be from crime. It's just the connectivity. You learn, you're building a shopping center and it's going to be where, and the odds are going to be it's this much profitable, and I can buy space there or I can invest in it. That's where you get contact to these sorts of things. You're getting the salary to make such kind of investments, which are going to make you a ton more money. But the information is as important as the cash. I've been in lots of positions where over the years in work, where I had the knowledge of great financial opportunities, but no money. And so there's nothing that could be done. He's got both. So here's this guy, and he's saying, let's measure the things that we do by the anti-white, immoral, moral metric of anti-whiteism. So isn't Halloween inclusive? Isn't it diversity? Isn't it? It's something different from other things, so it's added, and therefore it's one of these other elements. But a conservative content creator will go further than this. They'll point out, well, look at all the non-white people that do it. Look at how it's been changed from the way white people originally did it. So it's moral, it's legitimate. How can you complain about it? Conservative content creators saying that they measure themselves higher on the anti-white moral metric than anti-whites. Imagine that. And imagine we're still losing. I don't get it. I totally don't understand. How is it that we're still losing? How is it that things are this bad?
I personally am not able to explain that to you, but I will give you the excuses that liberals are using to
the old liberals out there. So she can't explain it because it's just too dumb.
Use their favorite pretense of diversity and inclusion. Okay, so Jesse, here's what they're saying. They're saying, maybe there are students who belong to certain religious or ethnic groups who don't celebrate Halloween. So
now wait a second. That's an interesting factoid about anti-whites. So there are different groups who don't celebrate Halloween, and so therefore it's got to go. Now, is that uniform? Of course not, because we are under anti-whiteism. Get it through the head. If you're not getting it through the head, get it through your head. Do Muslims have to stop practicing Islam because there are groups that don't practice Islam? Do Jews have to stop? Do blacks? Do Hispanics? You can go all the way down the line. But the logic works against white people because white people are white guilted. They're suffering white noir. They will lower their fists and allow themselves to be victimized. And if they do try to defend themselves, instead of defending ourselves by saying, this is ours, they make it into an abstraction, which you can never defend. It's psychological warfare. It's why conservative content creators who get paid big dollars, it's why they make everything into an abstraction, because you can't defend an abstraction. You don't fight to the death for an abstraction. You fight for the death for what is yours, which is why I say our norms, our mores, our customs, we need to say, this is ours, off. This is ours, hands off. This is ours, don't touch it. That's what you have to say. Then you can get righteously indignant, can't you? But you can't get righteously indignant when you're talking about an abstraction that this is a holiday that is different from other holidays and therefore represents an element of diversity and inclusion and equity. You can't fight for that. And if you want to know, is that Jason guy right? Is he right about this? I'm going to just tell you something. I want you to just take a little gander down back through time. And I want you to see all of the losses through time. And you're like, oh, yes, I see. The Jason guy is right. He is right because reality is backing up what he's saying.
Obviously, they would be offended, so we should cancel the holiday.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Okay, what religious or ethnic groups don't do that?
Okay, here comes the big cuck reveal, and that is that non-white people participate, and therefore it's legitimate. That tells you everything you need to know about anti-whiteism and about how infected white people are. That with anti-whiteism, that to legitimize our position is not enough for us to hold it. Non-white people have to hold it for it to be legitimate. You are sick, my friends. You are sick. Repent. The devil is upon you. Repent.
They're citing certain sects of Muslims, Orthodox Jews.
Look, she's having a hard time even saying the groups because they're non-white. She'd have no problem saying it, just like this Waters on his knee and Tucker and the rest of them who have no problem saying, oh, it's white people, it's white liberals, it's white, when it's got to be not. Why is it hard for her right now? Why is it hard for this guy and Tucker and the rest of them to say non-white people? Like there are not anti-white non-whites. There absolutely are. Why is that hard for them to say? Because they're white guilted.
There's probably religions you've never even heard of, but apparently there's
probably religions, and they're probably white. If I knew what they were called and they were white, I would say it. There's the honky tonk religion, and they don't like Halloween.
Tons of people out there who are offended. I've never met any of them.
Yeah, I've never met any Muslims or Jews that didn't dress up on Halloween, but go ahead.
Okay. Exactly.
There he is. I never met any Muslims. Now it's legitimate.
The other thing that they're saying is, you know what, there are probably some families.
Which is interesting. Wait, I just noticed something else. Who's at fault then, Jesse Waters on the knee? Who's at fault? If the Jews are actually for Halloween and the Muslims are for Halloween, who are the people who are at fault for getting rid of Halloween? And you know what would come out of his mouth next? White liberals. God, they disgust me.
Out there whose parents can't take time out of their schedules because maybe they're working 2-3 jobs to help their child put together a Halloween costume, or maybe their costume isn't.
Okay, so yeah, another argument that doesn't make any sense at all, but because women have the right to vote, everything has to change. There might be, in your school, there might be a kid, well, you know what, Bobby, parents work 2 or 3 jobs apiece. And so they can't participate in the Halloween activities. And so Bobby will come to school without a costume. And so therefore we should get rid of all the costumes at school. So Bobby doesn't feel unwell about this, doesn't feel bad about himself. And then the guys are like, so what? Bobby sucks. Somebody throw a cardboard box around Bob. Just put a cardboard box on Bobby. Now he's got a costume. And the women are like, oh my God, his little baby feelings. His little baby feelings will be hurt. Please, let's get rid of it all. We don't want his little baby feelings to be hurt. All right. There are kids and their families.
As expensive as the child sitting next to them or walking next to them in the parade. And that would offend those families. But Jesse.
Oh, the costume might not be as expensive. Yet again, another argument that could you imagine healthy white people hearing this? I think healthy white people would just backhand somebody even making such an argument. Just shut up. Not even worthy of a response. Just shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. But no, today it's like, well, that's true. What if they don't have as expensive of a costume? Well, you know what you do then? You gather around the child and you're like, you're poor. Your parents are poor because they're dumb. That's what you do. God.
I'm remembering my days again in grade school, and all you had to do was throw in a witch hat and you were a witch, or maybe put a patch over.
That was like her mother's everyday hat. So she just grabbed mom's hat and she was a witch. Oh my gosh, that song I was listening to. I don't know if I'll know it by Halloween. Frank Sinatra. Those fingers in my hair. I gotta learn it. It's good though. Man, Sinatra.
For your eye,
Right.
you were a pirate,
Charlie,
and it was all good.
you get a sheet, you cut some eye holes out. You're
You're a Klansman. Wow, Waters, holy shit.
ghost. It's that simple.
There you go.
I mean, people
And she like was with it.
cross-dressed. Guys wore skirts. Girls pulled baseball eye holes out. You're a ghost. It's that simple.
There you go.
I mean, people cross-dressed. Guys wore skirts.
Not me. I mean, hey, Jesse. Guys cross-dressed, huh? Is that what it was? Guys did it, huh, Jesse?
Skirts. Girls pulled baseball bats and were baseball players.
Whoa, he was lucky right there. He said baseball players. That almost went nasty.
What were you for Halloween?
Well, and don't forget. Well, I mean,
Did you hold a baseball bat for Halloween, honey?
I was obviously a Spice Girl. I was Baby Spice, which I recall, which now I would totally change and be Posh Spice.
Okay.
But it's interesting because they're letting people wear costumes on a daily basis in our schools, boys dressing up like girls. But apparently that's not offensive to anybody, right?
You guys.
Right. She at least came up with a good quip there. On a daily basis, if you are biologically, if you have a penis, you can go ahead and wear your dress, but not on Halloween. You better not wear it on Halloween. We're not doing that white stuff anymore around here.
Can wear a dress on every other day of the year, just not Halloween.
You just told that joke.
Exactly. And you know what? The thing that gets me the most is those that are celebrating Halloween. They're the younger kids. And these are the children that lost out on 2 years of school due to all the COVID lunacy. If anything, these school districts should be giving them more reasons to celebrate while in school instead of taking them away. So my best advice to these liberals.
Frank was making a great point. To these people, it's just funny. And that's the way it's been for all of our lives, our parents' lives, our grandparents, our great-grandparents. As the mainstream cuckservative-dom, it's just been a big laugh the entire time. They laugh at anti-whites eviscerating our civilization, every Western country. They just, ha, it's hilarious. Look at them taking us away now for those hilarious reasons. And look at where we've gotten to. Look at how bad off the country, United States is. But all of the West, look how bad it is as the cuckservatives laugh it all away. Absolutely repulsive. Anybody laughing at the white erasure of our norms, customs, holidays, etc., anybody laughing at it should be punched in the mouth, metaphorically speaking, unless you're really mad. But I mean, you should not follow such people. People laughing about this sort of thing, there's something broken in them. There's something broken in them genetically, biologically, or they're doom grifters. And they know that you'll be better entertained by making it a big laugh. If it's totally risible and everybody is guffawing the entire time, everybody is cachinnating over it, it'll be more enjoyable as Western civilization burns down around us. And so they're just trying to make money off of you. Open your eyes, open them. Maybe you don't have any, so just come here and we will show you the way.
I would say stop focusing on Halloween, stop focusing on diversity and inclusion, and do your best to wean yourself off of the boxed wine that you're probably drinking every night before you go to bed, Jesse.
And Charlie, stop calling it Fall Festival. All right, it's Halloween.
There we go.
All right.
Did she call it Fall Festival? I missed it. All right. Let us yank up this article. All right. Sounds good, brother. Where do we have it here? Pull up this first article to continue with this subject matter. And then we're going to get into spiced latte. So even like the spices, the things, if there's an association with white people, it's has war being waged against it. It is under attack by the anti-whites, and they won't stop until we stop them. South Orange Maplewood Schools ghost Halloween celebrations this year. That's actually kind of witty. Let's hear what this guy has to say.
Or treats in South Orange Maplewood schools this year because they are joining a growing list of districts deciding to take the Halloween spirit out of the classroom. News 12 New Jersey's Isabel Litterst has the details about a new district-wide policy that's ghosting Halloween festivities.
School officials sent out a letter to parents earlier this week, informing them of the decision to do away with in-class Halloween celebrations. They say this is in an effort to support equity and inclusion in the district, but not all parents are convinced it was the.
All right, so I want to point out right here, what's the argument that's being made? And this is why, and this is how you always know that it's anti-whiteism, that anti-whiteism is the evil of this age, and that we need to destroy it for the good of everyone. Because as you can see here, non-white people are collateral damage. You had the black mothers in the Jesse Waters clip. They were talking about, like, why can't my kids? But because you're collateral damage to what's being done to white people. Those black mothers have to stand up against anti-whiteism and say enough is enough. It's about attacking white people. So what is it about the arguments of diversity, inclusion, equity? What is it about this? Die. What is it about it? It's all based in retributive justice against white people. So it's a socially moral argument. It won't matter how much logic you present to combat the facts or that they bring to bear, or the arguments that they bring to bear. It won't matter. None of those arguments matter, and they never win. We know how did they never win, Jason? How do you know, you arrogant SOB? Because I can use reason, logic, and evidence to inform and underscore what I'm saying. But you can also look back in time and you can see these arguments made. You can see how people have attempted to thwart the attempts to white erase our holidays, to take us out of the holidays where they can't get rid of the holiday, to have the border open or closed. You can see that superior arguments have been brought to bear by those defending against that which is assaulted, and yet they always lose. And you're seeing it in motion here, town by town, county by county, across the United States. Halloween is disappearing. And in some places, you'll see it white erased completely. It won't be allowed to happen. They'll give it a brand new name. Maybe it will be important enough to anti-whites and anti-whiteism to eventually be completely eradicated, given an entirely new name. But it might also be possible that in some places, anti-whites get rid of the holiday and rename the holiday. And in other places, they just make sure that nothing about Halloween is white, that there are no white people, that there are, like, when they're going to do commercials or they're going to do TV shows or they're going to have the kids shows or whatever, and they're going to talk about the reach of Halloween, the enjoyment of Halloween. They're going to be traveling to non-white countries and educating them about non-white countries that practice Halloween and non-white origin of this that's part of Halloween, or non-white origin of that's part of Halloween. All an example of white erasure. So you're seeing it in motion. Retributive justice against white people. Don't bother making the arguments. It's like, you know, immediately that a person either hasn't found us, they haven't heard from us, Team White Wellbeing, they haven't heard from us, or they have, and they're just dullards, because they'll be out there arguing like, how does this make non-white kid not happy? And you'll know. You're like, I see how you failed your IQ test. I get it. I get how now you got a high school diploma because there is no standards. There are no standards anymore. I see how that happened.
The right call.
Two of my kids went to a school where a lot of kids didn't celebrate Halloween and were in the cafeteria by themselves while their other friends were, having parties. And so I kind of feel for those kids.
Mom of 3, South Orange.
Just imagine for a moment that very few of us across the West have been in a schooling environment where the majority of the students were Jewish. And could you imagine the county saying the Jewish kids can't have off from school, they can't go to have a prayer or celebrate somewhere else in the school because the rest of us don't do it? Could you imagine? It's unthinkable. But they can say this to white people because of anti-whiteism. Same thing today with Muslims. So how about the people practicing Kwanzaa, for the love of God? Could you imagine them saying, you know what, there are some kids here at this. Could you imagine a school in DC and you have like 2 white kids at this school? And could you imagine that the majority of the black kids there are practicing Kwanzaa, and then the principal, the etc., they come out and they say, well, you know what? We got some kids in this school that don't practice Kwanzaa, and so there's going to be no Kwanzaa at our school. Could you imagine? Then you see the illness for what it is. Then you really see the illness for what it is. And that's why you then say, especially if you aspire to be a man of the West like me, there are very few of us, but if you aspire to be a man of the West like me, you know, then at that point, when grandma starts to talk about everybody else's feelings, you just say, shut your mouth, grandma, shut your mouth. We're done listening to this female domination.
Maplewood students Leslie Springer says she understands the concern, but she has mixed feelings about the policy because she has fond memories of school Halloween traditions.
As a parent, I really enjoyed at the elementary school level, the kids would do a parade and we would get to see them in costume, and so that was really fun.
Catherine Porter says her kids graduated from the public school district. She says her kids love the in-school Halloween.
Look at the little cuties there.
Halloween fanfare, and she believes that today's students should have the same opportunity.
I think the kids should be able to dress up and celebrate.
Porter says she understands that some students who aren't able.
And they think, you see this, these objections are so toothless. I please think, I mean, you can see who's the power holder and who is the powerless. If they had the go free method, they would be powerful, wouldn't they? In those conversations. Our moms in the live chat right now can speak up about that. They would have the power in those conversations. You see these women, they don't have they're like, please let us. I think it would be okay if they just want to dress up a little bit. Don't call it Halloween anymore. Call it something else. Just let them dress up and have a little bit of fun. No, what you need to be saying is, this is white erasure. You're not taking anything else from us.
Able to dress for the occasion may feel left out, but she sees.
Look at that one that was like, the room is on fire. What should we do?
These ways around the problem that don't involve canceling in-school Halloween altogether.
Wow, look at that guy. I had a guidance counselor look just like that. Man. He was scary.
Together.
Maybe there are kids who would like to dress up and count. Maybe there's people can pull some old costumes together. There could be Halloween donations.
The district's communications director tells News 12 that, quote, the district's change in practices helps ensure that all students and families are able to join together in celebrating the fall season with harvest festivals and other activities. Despite the in-class Halloween ban, parents say the area.
Now, why is this? Shouldn't they like completely embrace this? Doesn't this look like every library now? Shouldn't they embrace it? I guess maybe the sex element is what's missing. Just add the sex element, and then the anti-whites will be totally for Halloween.
Parents say the area is known for its Halloween celebrations, and there are still plenty of opportunities to get into the Halloween spirit outside of the classroom. In Maplewood, Isabel Litterst, News 12, New Jersey.
Okay. Halloween spirit is not invited into the classroom at South Orange Maplewood School this year. District officials sent out a letter to parents earlier this week explaining why they will not be allowing in-class Halloween festivities. Officials said that white people, that's why. Officials said that doing away with costumes in school would further the district's commitment to equity and inclusion among students. Makes perfect sense to us. Doesn't it feel good, in all seriousness? Doesn't it feel good to be in a place mentally, spiritually, emotionally, where everything makes sense to you now? That's what the Go Free method does for you. That's what the Go Free method can do for everyone who completely embraces it. A very simple practice. Instead of this being confusion and nonsensical, or confusing, nonsensical, instead of all of that, you have a firm grip on what exactly is going on. The district's change in practices helps ensure that all students and families are able to join together in celebrating the fall season with Harvest Festival. She understands the concern. Well, I don't. I'm disgusted. But that's not the end of the attacks, ladies and gentlemen. We've got more news coming. We're going to be talking about Robert E. Lee, Charlottesville, and the absolute burning the white race in effigy there, burning the Robert E. Lee statue in lieu of actual white. How could it not be so clear? And I'm to everyone. And I am, in some ways, I'm extremely excited that we found the way to defeat anti-whiteism. And in other ways, so I'm heartened in that sense. I'm exuberant in that sense. But in other ways, it's amazing how sick the population is of the West. I mean, you have wholesale white erasure going on of the West. And you have white people, implicit white sympathetic, that are fully invested in what? Worshiping Jews. And then explicit white sympathetic, fully invested in hating Jews. And we are this tiny, I mean, if there was ever going to be an endeavor that there was, you would look at and say, clearly there is divine grace. Clearly there is divine energy. It's this community. Because with as few people as we have already changed the language being spoken. I mean, think about that. Is that not biblical? Is that not biblical? It's truly amazing. Here we have, we'll be getting to that piece of news about melting down the white race in effigy. It couldn't be clearer. We'll go through that article in just a moment. And then, of course, we're going to have this video that I'm going to review a little bit of with Jason Whitlock, a black conservative. Therefore, you know that white people would white male conservatives would give their testicles to be able to worship at his feet. White females would get right on their backs to be able to worship at his feet. I mean, this is the thinking when it comes to non-white conservatives and white people. What an ailment they have, white people, not the non-white people there. And he's going to be talking about this new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, that we have. Total anti-white. I wrote a tweet about it. But before we get there, we're going to look at this. Is pumpkin spice heretical? The word that they use here, the concept they use here is racist. But we don't use that concept because it is the concept that defeated Western civilization. So heretical, is it a heresy to the dominating ideology of the West, which is anti-whiteism? And the author then says, is that even possible? Of course. Of course it is. And it makes perfect sense. So, I mean, maybe this author is a conservative or libertarian or somebody like that who is doing another one of the playing dumb tactics when seeing what the anti-whites are doing. Of course, spice can be heretical, evil, racist. Of course it can. Association with white people. That's all it takes, because the ideology is anti-whiteism. as we've drawn back into the fall season, and isn't it lovely? The trees, the leaves are changing. This is my favorite time of year, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. I love how the humidity, especially in the DC area, it's very high during the summer. High temperature, but the humidity very high. And fall comes in, autumn comes in, and the air suddenly becomes crisp. And it just, when you breathe it, you can feel it throughout all of your lungs, unless you're a smoker or something, and then you feel it for about a tenth of your lungs. And then the trees, they go to sleep. And before they go to sleep, they put on this magnificent show. It's so amazing. It's like an artist, a divine artist, has come through and painted them up gloriously. All of these colors, some of them absolutely electric. I love it. It is truly a remarkable time of year, and quickens the system. It quickens it in various ways, I won't say, but it quickens the system. But here we are. We've entered the autumn season. All pumpkin, everything is back in vogue, with unexpected sociological and historical notions arising over the years. Not unexpected to us, my dear. But is pumpkin spice racist? Is that even a valid question? In 2015, when Lisa Powell and Elizabeth Engelhardt unveiled their research paper, so a bunch of tubby anti-white women got together and they did some research. I bet it was research. The perilous, and here's what it is, titled, "The Perilous Whiteness of Pumpkins." They look pretty orange to me, but to these ladies, they are white. And a great example, anti-whites using a concept, an abstraction. Whiteness is an abstraction. It's not who we are or what we do or what we make. Never use the anti-white concept, whiteness. They created this abstraction. It can mean white people, and it cannot mean white people. It can mean oppression. And so to be against whiteness is to be for oppression. So you don't want to do that. And very useful anti-white concept. Do not adopt it. I find it just absolutely unbelievable when these, I guess it should be believable, the explicit white sympathetic people out there that recognize that there is race in the world, and that there are differences, and that they sort of view themselves as so much smarter than those implicit white sympathetic people. Pff, look at them with their implicitly white sympathetic views. Losers. They act like that, and then immediately, as anti-whites start using whiteness for us, they're just like, duh, yeah, whiteness? They want to get rid of our whiteness. No, you need a doctor to get rid of your whiteness. It is an STD. It is a venereal disease. It's VD. Go get rid of your whiteness. I don't have whiteness. I don't produce whiteness. As a Westman, I produce Western civilization. As a Westman, I produce Western culture. I produce us. I don't produce whiteness. I stay away from whorehouses. Maybe you, on the other hand, you have some visits. Not yours truly. No, sir. No, ma'am. I stay away from it. Don't use whiteness. Don't use it. It is an instant marker. And please, folks, I am fed up. I've been at this for decades, and I can still muster some calm, some equanimity when I'm dealing with people. If I can muster it, and I have dealt with thousands and thousands of people who are idiots, because that's how they're born and it doesn't get better. People who are intentional idiots. I mean, I've dealt with them all. If I can muster some patience, so can you. So when you come upon somebody and they're saying whiteness, just politely tell them why not to use that. Recommend not to use it, and how we don't use it, and it works wonders for us, and how it's a trap for them, and give it to them to think about. You could also even just restate the sentence using anti-whiteism, if it's for what's being done to us, or Western civilization, Western culture, if it's being used as something that we produce. All right? No whiteness here. So here you have the anti-whites, the whiteness of pumpkins. It drew praise and ridicule. Many conservative scholars, they name a couple people here, criticize the notion that an affectation for pumpkin spice could be an emblem of white privilege. This is an anti-white concept, a meme pathogen that undermines us, and ultimately, what's at the root of white privilege? What is at the root of all of the arguments? The concept white privilege has a host of ancillary arguments, but when you dig all the way down through them, at the very bottom, retributive justice against white people. Catherine Timpf provided a more balanced review in the controversial National Review. But all these responses hinted at the reluctance of many to understand the constructs the paper presented. Okay, so the author is anti-white, but was presenting the case the way a lawyer would do, drawing suspicion on the question, and is now going to tell you why it's not suspicious at all. Good try. Good try. Unpacking the unusual symbolism of pumpkins. I'm not kidding. And actually, I could put it up on the screen, but this is me, and the scenery is much more glorious than this. But it actually says that. Unpacking the unusual symbolism of pumpkins in America. What's the problem with them? White people have them on their porches right now. Fuck them. Their kids get so happy when they carve them. At the heart of the controversy is the assertion that pumpkins and the associated spice culture in America have undertones of racial bias. How many times are you going to hear these? Can you just see these greasy orbicular rolls, multiple rolls, sweating, and you hear them breathing while they're doing their research? Racial bias. They type away, they peck away, because they can't type. Their fingers are too fat. Unlike the other, that's a Halloween spectacle in and of itself. Hide the kids. Hide the kids. Unlike the other countries where pumpkins are consumed all year. Okay, so all the non-white countries are legitimate. Can you believe what I'm reading here? Of course you can, because these are anti-whites. Other countries consume pumpkins year-round, so they're normal. White people break them out the end of October. Evil. Obvious evil. In the U.S., pumpkins see a spike in popularity, mainly during fall. Unfortunately, for what are we saying now? For black people in the American South, the pumpkin has historically been seen as derisive. They go right to the angelized group in the anti-white narrative, which are black people. They're angelized. They're getting hurt. Their feelings are what matters. And then they broaden it. They dilate it to represent, or to include rather, all non-white people, to victimize white people. So there you have it. Black people, that's something. I'm a Southerner. I'm a real legit. I came right up out of the soil of Virginia. I'm the real deal. And there ain't never been a moment when I was aware and heard from any of the black people across the South that pumpkins were like an insult to black people. Really? White people used to throw them at black people. Is that what it's going to say next? In fact, American study professor Cindy Ott. Cindy Knott is more like it. Am I right? Am I right? Noted his history. What? Why does it say his history? As partly the reason for the preference for sweet potato pie over pumpkin? I love sweet potatoes and pumpkins. What's wrong? Yum. Yum. Who doesn't? They're orange. They taste good. What the hell? Pumpkins are emblematic of the mostly white American pranking culture. Oh, here, okay, it's the pranking culture. The pranking culture. I remember when I was in high school, and I was a star athlete, and the cheerleaders all came to my parents' home in the middle of the night, and they toilet papered the house. I was pranked. Given essentially any mischief by black teenagers would be widely regarded as criminal. What? Yeah. Was that kind of the same mischief that we see on all the videos nowadays? I mean, now they and others are able to record the mischief. Those little rapscallions. Those little rapscallions. Like whole mall shutting down. Where was that? The mall shutting down. Oh my God. In this Philadelphia, that street in Philadelphia. Did you see this? They're like the drug addicts are using just a tangent. I can do this. They've said, fentanyl isn't enough. We're going to combine it with a horse tranquilizer. How does that sound? I'm not shitting you. They've combined an animal tranquilizer with fentanyl, and the streets are full. They're just full of these people. Tons of them white, by the way. And this is some bizarre stuff. People standing bent over 90 degrees at the waist, and they're locked. It is messed up. It is in a whole mall. Maybe it's in LA. Maybe this enormous mall is being sued by a big chain inside the mall. Just said, the store is suing because they said, look, we have a contract with you and you have to maintain security in the mall. And they're having mischief in the mall, and they keep mischiefing into our store and stealing everything and beating the shit out of people. It's just mischief. And the mall was like, we'll just go out of business. Hey, Western civilization looking like a third world. Wonder how that happened. It's not like anybody has been predicting that for generations based on anti-whiteism. But of course, they're like, look, this is the direction our society is going. Okay, what do we do about it? Well, we hate or worship Jewish people. What? Was I just in a car accident? Did I have a stroke? Did I fall down and have a seizure? What did he just say? Such a disparity speaks volumes about normalized racial perceptions in American society. Ought not highlighted that while mischiefs by white kids are often seen as harmless antics, like toilet papering somebody's house, similar actions by black individuals are perceived as challenges to a biased political spectrum. That's what it is. Yep, when the white kids are out there toilet papering a house, that is the exact same as when the mischiefing all of the products and etc. and windows out of stores, same thing. And the interesting thing about white people, I'm just going to cue you in. When white people do this kind of thing, we also hate and want to punish them for it. I know the reality hurts, but yeah. If white kids go and they bust all the windows out of a store and they start mischiefing all of the sneakers and flat screen TVs out of there, we kind of hunt them down and punish the shit out of them. Did this long before you were probably even in our civilization. So just something we do. We kind of like the order. The unanimity. We kind of like it. Kind of like that civilizational thing. Starbucks. Of course, they had to mention Starbucks. Pumpkin spice lattes, PSLs. introduced in 2003, became an integral part of the discussion. Did it really? White, okay, here they go. Now they can blame a race. And thank God it's white women. Let's see what, oh no, actually, they might not be blaming white women here. It might be to condemn being white and participating in the whole spice latte revolution. Is that what happens when white people get together? Is that what happens? There's like that video we watched last week, the kick the can video. It's like we get together and then we raise the flag of the spice latte. Pumpkin spice latte. That's right. The horns come out. Introduced in 2003, became an integral part of the discussion. White women, in their quest to counter the basic stereotype associated with their love for PSLs, UGG boats, and yoga pants. Okay, so this is you can't group in anti-whiteism. You can't say blacks do this, but you can mock white people for something. Isn't that something? Wow, I wonder how that happens. For everybody else, remember, that would be the end of their big argument, their big pushback. We pointed out to introduce the key concepts of white well-being. To push back against the stereotypes, inadvertently spotlighted their privilege. So white women, in their quest, and this is going to be the end, I think, that we'll read of this, and we'll keep going. White women, in their quest to counter the basic, and it puts basic like that in quote, I don't know, stereotype associated with their love for pumpkin spice lattes, UGG boats. What is that? Yoga pants. I know what that is. And some of you, fantastic. It's amazing. It's amazing. Others, we're going to bring back lynching. And you better just stop wearing them now. Often inadvertently spotlighted their privilege. The mere ability to regularly splurge on a luxury item. Now, how many times did Jason tell you? Remember when Jason came to you and then Team White Wellbeing came to you and we've been circulating. What is equity? Equity, the anti-white concept, a mean pathogen in education. What is it in education? Equity in health. What is it in health? Can anybody put into the live chat soon enough? What is equity in economy? In this case, no white person can have more than the poorest non-white person, or you have inequity. Once you have an understanding of where anti-whiteism, where the ideology takes you, the logical conclusion, you can understand that everything short of all white people being poorer, having less than the poorest non-white person, is something that the anti-whites are going to complain about. They're going to bring marches against. They're going to continue to ridicule, to sermonize about, to squelch, to complain, to browbeat. Then you understand. That's equity. So you can see right here, you just have to listen. I mean, I understand you have to hear what the anti-whites are saying, but you also have to be smart. You also have to be intelligent. But listen to me. If you're listening to me right now, if you're hearing my voice live or in replay, I'm speaking directly to you. If you're one of these people and you're like, gosh, I'm thinking I might be a midwit, and you're one of these people, maybe even worse, there's help for you. Begin going free. Arguments are crafted for every single person to be able to use them in their world, and they work for you just like electricity does. You don't need to know how it works. It just works. Your cell phone, you don't know how it works. It just works. Pick up these tools, use them in your world, and your life will be immensely better. The mere ability to regularly splurge on luxury items like a pumpkin spice latte. Wait a second, how is yoga pants? Or are they just saying it's something that white women do? I'm fine with for all the women out there. I mean, now I've got like yoga pants on the fucking brain. I'm sorry, I'm a healthy male. I'm not one of these Zoomer content creators that all the good Zoomers should not be listening to, that are like, gross. Am I right? Gross. Why are they wearing yoga pants? Gross. No, there are some of them that are gross. And there are other ones that's like, I go to the mall, I go to the grocery store, and I'm like totally normal. Like, have what I want in my mind. I make visual lists in my mind of all the things I need. And that visual list is there. And I'm just like, I'm going in. I'm a guy. You know how guys are, right? You don't want to go to the grocery store and you're like, I'm just going to wander aisle after aisle and berry pick. Oh, this maybe and that maybe. No, we're fucking hunting, ladies. Get out of the way. All right? We are hunting. There's something we want. We're going to go in there. We need some of maybe a container of orange juice. We're going to go in there. We're going to kill it. We're going to put it in the cart and we're going to take it and pay for it. And that's all we want. Because we went there for the OJ, all right? We're going to go get the coconut or almond milk. We go and we kill them. They go in the cart. That is how our brains function. Get out of the way. But I'm set, you know? I got my visual list is in my mind, and I'm walking, I'm going in, and I go in, I'm like, yeah, I'm here at the grocery store. I know exactly where I got to go. And then all of a sudden, good-looking yoga pants go by, and I'm just like, and you know, an hour later, when that woman's done shopping, I'm like, see her walk out the front door, and then I'm like, where am I? Oh, okay. Rapunzel is telling me that Lululemon yoga pants are $100 a pair. And so that's why, it's so white ladies, you see, you cannot wear these things because you're showing off that you are not poorer than the poorest non-white person. Why didn't people just start listening to me when I was 12? And then they'll have seen me in the grocery store, like following. We better hope my vision doesn't go too bad. Because when I had 2015 vision, I could be an aisle away and I would just like zoom in. You know, I mean, I feel like in another 20 years, I'm going to be like this. All right. And then they're going to be like, the bitches are going to be like, don't look at me. Not interested in you. Don't wear this out in public then, honey. Jesus. All right. Where was I? I've completely forgotten what I was talking about. What are we doing here? The ability to regularly splurge on luxury items, often unavailable to Black women and women of color. So there you see it. God damn it. I did not read this in advance. I'm just this good. This anti-white POS just proved to me what I said a moment ago. They begin with the angelized group. You're victimizing Black people. And then they dilated to get all non-white people, right? Black women and now women of color, which is an anti-white concept, a meme pathogen. That's all meme pathogen means. We don't use it. People of color excludes the white race from humanity. You can become, you know, like visibly, even when you deliver that one with a little bit less throttle, you can become visibly upfront. Absolutely do not separate my people from humanity with this people of color thing. Do not do that. I've done that, and you know, I mean it. I mean it. And it's amazing. The looks on the anti-white faces. They're like, oh, they look like their guts shot. They're like, oh shit, that's exactly what that's doing. And he's just taking offense to it. And you'll find here, I understand, don't feel like you have to be as bright or courageous or as active as the folks that you'll find here that are some of the most dedicated. We have people here certified geniuses, a lot of them actually. We have people here, tremendous artistic ability. I'm not joking. I'm not just blowing smoke like the witch that just disappeared over here. There she is. Watch her. There she goes. I'm not just blowing smoke like that witch. Legit. Don't be intimidated by that. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses. So if you hop on board in some way, shape, or form, and you'll do great things too. So wait a second. I have seen plenty non-white women, just like the white women that shouldn't be wearing the yoga pants, wearing yoga pants. And please stop. Please stop. While the basic stereotype, so I guess they're using basic as an insult here. White people are basic. That's cute. I really despise the author at this point. Was indeed demeaning. The response failed to recognize the broader privilege it hinted at. So okay, and then they have a video here. Oh, it's a Saturday Night Live making fun of white women during fall, and I guess carving a pumpkin and probably having a pumpkin spice latte. The final paragraph is, while the title, The Perilous Whiteness of Pumpkins, may seem exaggerated. That's exactly what the author did. A deeper dive reveals that it addresses profound societal undercurrents. So just like I ended up formulating about this author, set up the question as a speculation, follow me now, reader, and then validation, legitimacy. It underscores the fact that racism isn't just overt acts of discrimination. Did you hear that? It's not just the overt acts. It's not even just the microaggressions, another anti-white concept, a meme pathogen. It's often subtly woven into the fabric of society. Listen to how menacing that is. Talk about Halloween. Even in seemingly banal, innocuous trends like that of pumpkin spice. I'm going to read that again. Really try to appreciate. There's nothing to laugh at. This is very serious. Because what they're saying is the expressions of white people, and they're telling you exactly what we tell you here in service to white well-being, that it's every single thing that white people project. You cannot give an anti-white enough to palliate them, to accommodate them. You can never give them enough, because enough is you ceasing to exist. Listen to what the anti-white author says. A deeper dive reveals that the book addresses profound societal undercurrents. It underscores the fact that racism, the concept used to defeat Western civilization, what no army could do, this evil concept, isn't just overt acts of discrimination. So who decides what racism is? Is it a conservative content creator that wants to be like an intractable brat, or some libertarian content creator that wants to be an intractable brat and say, no, it means what the dictionary says it means? It means what it is defined as in the minds of the millions of our brothers and sisters, and written into law, and written into code of millions of schools, and written into theses and doctoral theses and national and international organizations. That's what it means. It is not just white people discriminating in the sense of you are non-white and therefore you're not allowed in this town. No. It's everything white people do, subtly woven into the fabric of society. So what we say and what we create as our society, an anti-white sees as these strands that compose society that all have to be ripped out, like ripping hair out of our heads. Subtly woven into the fact, so no act of ours, but our very expression onto our environment. Even in things that are seemingly banal, which just means boring, innocuous means harmless. So even in our expressions that seem boring and harmless is the evil of the white race and has to go. Wow. That's a lesson that you really need to grapple with. Good grief. I'll take a quick look at who's here. We're going to open up our next story, which is really going to be a shocker for you. The white race burned and melted in effigy by way of Robert E. Lee in Charlottesville, Virginia, the once great state. We'll put this up on the screen now. This is one of the scariest things you'll ever see. If you haven't seen it already. That is the face. They literally cut the face off the white race and then melted it in some bizarre anti-white demonic ritual. It does not get more palpable and more present and more terrifying and more intent driven and intent revealing, ladies and gentlemen, than this. And I've got to tell you, for a proud Southerner, Robert E. Lee, a great Virginian, as were so many other great Virginians, Washington, Jefferson, and we could go on and on and on. How many great Virginians sprang right up out of this soil. Robert E. Lee, considered the world over as one of the brightest military commanders, but that in connection to how decent of a human being this guy was, how intelligent he was in the classroom, how forthright and honorable Robert E. Lee, even in the United States that invaded the Confederate States of America, they viewed Robert E. Lee with great honor. And you can find this, the Western world over, the kind of veneration that people have for the grace and the dignity and the icon, the paragon that was Robert E. Lee. And they have burned his statue in effigy of the white race to really drive home this was not a statue of Adolf Hitler. And this is why in my book Crucible, if you don't have it, you can get it at nowhitecollectibles.com. You can also get it on Amazon. Get it with my signature from nowhitecollectibles.com, but on Amazon quicker and cheaper. This is why when I was 11, 12 years of age, I noticed, and I write about this at the very beginning, that there was this new sort of story for the ages. And at the very top, the absolute personification of all evil was this character called Adolf Hitler. And I had very little interest in him because right underneath of that were all of these characters, these like only mildly less demonic characters, like Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson. And I was like, what do you mean? These are my people. This is Virginia. And we're in Virginia. So we'll be getting to that in 1 minute. But I just want to have a quick look at what you all are saying. And it looks like Brent Danger. Say hello to a few people who are here. Brent Danger. Robert Hartley is here. Great to see you. Azimuth Clark. Simon J.J. Henry is here. Great to see you. Haha. Lady Anglo, hello and welcome. First Last is here. Schlotz is here. Spud, hello, sister. Oh, it's UGG. Oh, I see. They're talking about UGG boots. Oh, okay, that's right. The leather suede, right? You're saying here, and they got fur on the inside. Okay. Walker, you know, the interesting thing about this, just as an aside, is that these these items that are for clothing that are wildly expensive expressions of you know, just this ostentatious presentation to the world and mindset, I see on non-white people. I see white people walking around in the world in humble, ordinary clothing. When I see the really flashy, the really flamboyant, it's non-white people. That's my experience in the different cities that I've lived in and around, and different areas I've traveled. That's my experience. I don't doubt that there are wealthy white women, but I never, and who don themselves in expensive items. But the vast majority of what I see in my lived experience is I can see non-white women, Black, Hispanic, non-white women come out of low-income housing in cars that are 3 times as expensive as mine, and I can see them show up at the grocery stores, at the post office, and they have the highest dollar handbags, shoes, outfits, etc. More power to them to be able to buy all that stuff, but that's what I see. And I definitely don't see white women demonstrating greater wealth by being in a pair of these UGG boots and a pair of yoga pants. That comes nowhere close to the kind of stuff I see on non-white women. And non-white women from the Middle East and from the Far East, I very often, well, I should say, we'll just say from the Middle East to India, gold all over them, lots of gold. And then the Far East, what in America, of course, or I think probably in Canada as well, we refer to as East Asians, and excluding therefore Indians. They are really have nice stuff, really nice sunglasses. I've seen sunglasses and then go look up the sunglasses and I'm like $600, you know, so looking sharp. And I'm not taking anything away from them, but that's just the reality. That's the reality, and that's our lived experience. But that doesn't matter. It's not the lived experience that matters. It's the fiction that ends up mattering. Walker, Janice, great to see you. Cindy, Melissa. She said, I saw a woman in a pair of those pants that completely outlined her entire behind, even with a seam in the middle. Oh, boy. Yeah, White Student Transmission is here. Great to see you, brother. White Calling is here. Hey, folks, share on your Circles of Influence that we are live and we're having our Halloween special. And there's nothing anybody else could be doing that is more valuable to them than this. Chris is here. Yeah, you all were getting the UGG boots thing. I didn't get the UGG boots. I'm like, what is that? Sorry. Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you. Walker says, to be fair, he hid milk in various places that wouldn't be found for months. I'm not sure what you're talking about, brother. Tag me again with the rest of that. Piers is here. Great to see you, brother. Of course, we mentioned the great Franklin. I thought I saw Furneaux here as well. Misty, Victorian time traveler. And thank you all for saying that you hope that I feel better. I do. The gallbladder attack has ended. For now. Sloth says you're hilarious. Thank you, brother. Shelly is here. Great to see. There's the great Fournel. Wonderful to see you, brother. Thomas, hello to you. Winged Productions. Matt is here. I'm just strolling through, picking names out of the thin air. Christine, hello and welcome. Says Halloween decorations and a laughing face. Yes, these are my Halloween decorations. With you kind of Saxony is with us. Hello, brother. Welcome, welcome. Digital Underground. All right, let's get back to our items. And I'll take another look at. Oh, he says, Walker Humphrey says he hid milk in sealed packages where it would spoil and smell terrible once they found it months or years later. Oh, I get you. For a prank. That's funny. Linda is here. Great to see you. Jimmy says, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you. There's Fournel. He says, me? Yes, I'm with you. Just for Fun is here. And Bard of the West. Hello. Oh, he says, Bard of the West says he's sorry that his comment about the anti-white monuments sounded kind of fetish. To be clear, I mean only after we reclaim our destiny. Thank you for that, brother. NJS is here. Harold's cat. So someone's cat, Harold's cat, has joined us. Great to see you. Oriental, that's another word for the Far East. I don't know if they like or dislike that anymore. Cowboy is here. Okay. Harold's cat is here. Meow. Confederate monument melted down. Man, when I saw this video the first time I saw it, and who brought that to my attention? I want to thank whoever that was. Gadfly. Thank you, Gadfly, for that. It says here, Confederate monument melted down to create new, more inclusive public art. Do you not see here the erasure of white people? What does to create art that is more inclusive? So in other words, white people don't represent this prerequisite of inclusivity in Western civilization to anti-whites. And this is on it looks like an actual news station. NPR wrote this. NPR. To create more inclusive public art. White people don't represent inclusivity in anti-whiteism. Tells you everything you need to know about anti-whites and what their objectives are. Communities across the American South have removed Confederate monuments from public spaces in recent years. Some have gone to museums. Others are locked away in storage. And make no mistake, they are only lightly curated for display in museums, and they will be removed from museums as well. And you'll also see, as they are slowly removed from museums, new plaques go up every couple of years that will make the description of the individual and his or her acts in time and space darker and darker and darker. And apparently DeSantis is a fan of pulling down Confederate monuments. So for everybody who is liking DeSantis, one particular controversial, there's nothing controversial, statue from Charlottesville, Virginia, is on a different journey to be transformed into something new. What do you think that they will create? Unbelievable. The massive bronze skull. You notice how white people treat largely, like the broad norm of white people, how we treat those that we conquer. So you see how we treated the American Indians, for example, left all of the names that they named everything in place. We allowed them to continue to exist. We didn't just wipe them out and blow them to the winds. On and on. The Confederacy was invaded by the United States after it declared its independence, according to my reading of history, and Confederacy lost. There was really no hope of victory. Much smaller population with next to no factories to build modern weaponry. So it was just purely this love of home and hearth that drove the South to win far more battles in that conflict than the United States in invading forces. But ultimately, of course, have to lose the war by way of attrition. What ended up happening? Well, the United States, the broad norm of white people, did not prevent Southerners from putting these statues up, naming our streets after our heroes. And they didn't prevent that from happening because that's the broad norm for white people. Of course, there are exceptions, individual exceptions, psychotic people. It's like this guy that went around shooting up Maine. There are psychotic people in the world. But this is the broad norm for white people. Anti-whiteism seeks to completely eradicate, white erase Western kind from our own civilization. So you can't have your heroes. No, that's got to go because white people don't represent inclusivity in the anti-white poison that is forced upon us. The massive bronze sculpture of Confederate General Robert E. Lee in uniform, astride his horse Traveler, just it's in and of itself, Traveler, a beloved animal, stood in a downtown Charlottesville park for nearly a century. So a century it was there. It was at the center of a deadly white nationalist rally in 2017. And of course, they get to write the history because we didn't have a big enough community. We still don't. But I came out right away and I said, it is imperative that the white sympathetic sphere tell this story repeatedly and continue to do so, or the anti-whites will tell it for us. Here are the concepts we have to use and everything. And what they say, you, Jason, we're not doing it. We're not going to do it because you want to do it a certain way, and we have another way of doing things, and that is just adopting everything the anti-whites say, and then using irony and being irony bros, and complaining and hating on Jews or worshiping Jews. This is how we do things, Jason. Well, good, you fucking losers. So now they get to say what it is. They're not going to come to us and say, what's the language we have to speak in to propagandize those white people? Are they? It was at the center of a deadly white nationalist rally in 2017 when neo-Nazis and white supremacists tried to stop the city's plans to remove the statue. It came down to cheers in July 2021. All kind of, it was called Unite the Right, and all manner and make of people who found themselves being victimized by anti-whiteism showed up to Charlottesville that day. It was like a little bit of all kinds of different groups showed up. There certainly were groups that are so infected with anti-whiteism that they choose to play the villain in the anti-white narrative. And so they get out there in public and they're perfect to be photographed and videotaped and everything, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, thereby proving the anti-white narrative that everybody else has learned from fiction is real. And then you show up there for the day to be this character And there might have also been undercover. There was obviously people like to talk about the guy who showed up with the brand new Nazi flag, guy who totally looked like he was undercover law enforcement, and the creases were still in the flag. So all manner of people showed up, though. But these are who showed up, though. People who, every single one of them, except for like me and I don't know who else. I probably wasn't there. Selfish individualists against unified action. Wonder how that's going to, unified ideology, unified action. Wonder how the selfish individualists are going to do. Wonder how the selfish individualism is going to make out. And so today you have here, even though Robert E. Lee and others, after the War for Southern Independence, were found to be American heroes by the United States government. And thereby, I think that was the legal argument that you could not remove their statues. And there were lawyers in several groups, a lot of Southern preservationist groups at the time, and they were all the big ones, and they were all getting interviewed, and they were all getting money donated to them. Big money, donate. The big lawyers have come, and they told us ad nauseum how this statue can't be taken down. That statue can't be taken down because these are the laws, and it's totally impossible. It can't be done. And here I am off to the side saying, hey, maybe you should listen to me, because all laws will be circumvented and have been circumvented by anti-whites, their interpretations and their willingness to go beyond the law, etc., driven by an immoral, anti-white moral imperative, the social morality of the West today. And they do it again and again, which will expose Robert E. Lee, this statue, to the exact same fate. And these lawyers got the attention, they got the speaking opportunities in person, they got interviewed on numerous podcasts and webzines, they got a big financial support by individual, like by just general communal donations, but also the bigger donors. Big donations. Got to pay them for their time. They're deep thinking. They're lawyers. They deserve it. And it was all to lose. Every single time. Did these webzines speak to me? Did these show hosts speak to me about this? That I made the prediction that came true. Will they speak to me next time? No, they won't. I made the prediction that's come true. So this was handled egregiously. It came down to cheers in July. Then I remember after the anti-whites, they went out and they covered the entire thing, this big, beautiful statue, in like a gigantic trash bag. And then there were all these people talking about, we've got to go defend it. We've got to go. And I said, no, don't do that. And they went out there and they're like, you're a cuck. You're a cuck, Jason, because you won't violently defend the Robert E. Lee statue. So they went out there for like a day or three, and they pulled the trash bag off of it, and they stood around it. And the police showed up and said, you're going to go away or you're going to jail. And those guys that were all tough and Jason's a cuck, they disappeared. They evaporated. Their efforts were totally ephemeral because they're just big talking pussies. Sorry for my language. Happy Halloween. Quote, today the statue comes down and we are one small step closer to a more perfect union. What? Said the mayor, Nikyua Walker. Nikyua Walker? A more perfect union. That's taken from the Constitution. First line of the Constitution. Form a more perfect union. What have I talked about when it comes to anti-whites and anti-whiteism, and how they see everything through the lens of anti-whiteism. They reinterpret. And the real power to any text, listen up, conservatives, the real power to any text is the power to interpret it, not what's written, you fucking morons. Remember, everybody started worshiping that fat piss pants Doolittle? Remember, tens of thousands of white people started worshiping this guy, and they were coming after me saying, you're not smart enough to understand what this hog is, this pants pissing hog is saying. He's written out all that's needed to be written to make the Constitution complete so that none of this can happen. This is what they were actually saying. And I told them, no, this pants pissing hog, and he hadn't pissed his pants yet. And then he sat down, and then he worshipped the genitals of two black guys that came up from BLM, and pissed himself with fear. That hadn't happened yet. I told everybody he was a loser, a coward, a craven, that he didn't know what he was talking about, that he wasn't super intelligent at all. I was looking at what he wrote. What he was really good at was baffle gabbing, and that's confusing you with words. And they had all these literally, they ended up with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, like that fast. And it was just kept growing. And they used the word science over and over, but there was no science. And then these followers would attack yours truly. They're using science. You don't know what you're talking about. John Mark in his red helmet, they're using science over there. So I told them how wrong they were, how it's not science, that in fact, the power is in the ability to interpret, not in the power to write. This is insane that we're stuck in this world. This is insane that we're surrounded by so many dumbass people. So anyhow, to form a more perfect union, says Nikyuya Walker. I'm going to pronounce it that way. The then mayor, Nikyuya Walker, to form a more perfect union. Well, of course, what does that actually mean? What did it actually mean? I happen to know. The word perfect at that time meant complete. That's something, I guess, that's worth noting when you interpret the fact that the Constitution was written by the Founding Fathers as an improvement on the Articles of Confederation. It had nothing to do with anti-white morality and achieving the anti-white immoral moral imperative, which is what this anti-white POS just did. They do the exact same thing with the writings of Thomas Jefferson. All men are created equal. They have no idea what they're talking about. The power is in interpretation, not in what's written. Today, the statue comes down, and we are one small step closer to a more perfect union. This is what the Founding Fathers want. This is what they wanted. And what are you going to do? Are you going to walk away going, well, God bless it. That's not what they actually meant. They're stupid. And then this continues. This gets worse. You know, they'll be saying, we're one small step closer to a more perfect union because we have now passed a law to sterilize white males. Then you're going to say, well, they're just stupid. My God. Charlottesville prevailed in a protracted legal battle with the Sons of Confederate Veterans and other groups, a totally pathetic group. It used to be badass back in the day, like before my time. But nothing but a bunch of spineless, dickless cucks took over. There are probably still some good guys in there, and they're like, what's going on? Knowing that you should. I was like, emulate our ancestors. Don't just worship history. Don't worship ashes. What did that Jew say? You don't worship the ashes. You tend the fire. And donated the Lee statue to a coalition that proposed to melt it down and create a more inclusive public art installation. Quote, we want to transform something that has been toxic. My history, the history of the white race, toxic, they call it. This fucking pisses me off, something vicious, folks. We want to transform something that has been toxic in the Charlottesville community. Well, then I guess the community is the toxic part. A religious study professor at the University of Virginia and one the project's, I guess should be one of the project's organizers. And this is NPR. Quote, we want to transform it into a piece of art, in translation, shit, piece of shit that the community can be proud of. Yeah, that's a piece of shit. And gather around and not feel excluded or intimidated. Welcome to my fucking house, assholes. You're meant to feel excluded. It's my house. Can you imagine? You bring people into your house. You can stay here. There's your bedroom and everything. No, I'm changing everything so that I don't feel excluded from your house. Nothing can be the same. And in fact, get the fuck out because your presence makes me feel excluded. God damn, this pisses me off. Something vicious. Quote, people are willing to die for symbols, Schmidt says. And as we saw in Charlottesville, they were willing to kill for them too. Yeah, somebody had a heart attack, according to her mother. According to her mother, somebody had a heart attack there. That video is still available on the internet. I don't know why the mother would lie, but apparently the system, the anti-white system, says, no, that's not what happened. So it's something else. So look into it for yourself. But when the mother was first interviewed, I saw the interview on television. They showed the interview. So I don't know what was argued afterward. I don't know this. I didn't follow it. I didn't dig into it. I just saw that interview with the mother. So you can conclude whatever you want to conclude. You can research it for yourself. This is my opinion of what I saw. Lawsuits to stop the project failed. Really? And you gave all that money to the lawyers. You gave all that money to the lawyers once again. And it failed? No shit. Really? What a shocker. What a shocker. But thank God you keep throwing away hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, obviously to the tune of many millions over the years on lawsuits and just total nonsense where you just couldn't possibly win. Thank God you did that. And then you have all these people that come out. Look at Jason. Look at what an asshole that guy is. He doesn't want us to finance the lawyers that are doing the... Yeah, they're doing the actual work. He's not doing anything. You mean fucking losing? You bitches? That what you mean? That's the work they're doing. Losing. The work is being done at an out-of-state foundry. NPR agreed not to reveal its location or the identity of the workers because they fear repercussions. What a joke. Total anti-white narrative. No white person's going to do anything. Not a single one. They use a torch to score the head of the statue in the pattern of a death mask. They did this intentionally, this way. They wanted this to be a literal burning, melting in effigy of Westmen, of Western kind, of our history, of our heroes, of our people, of our future. What would anti-whites say if white people pulled down a statue of MLK, cut its face off to make it into a death mask that could be slowly melted and enjoyed? For God's sake. And if you're a white person out there, you don't identify with Southern people, statues, heroes, think of somebody you do identify with. If you're a non-white person, you don't identify with Southern heroes, think of somebody you identify with. Think of something that you grew up with, believing that this was a great expression, paragon of what you are. And the state pulls it down and cuts its face off as a death mask to melt and celebrate and relish. Fucking disgusting. There is not. And while this is happening, October 26th, while this is happening, the entire white sympathetic sphere is torn in half over worshiping or hating Jews. The entire group of them. Fuck them all. I'm not meeting anybody halfway in any of that shit. Fuck you all. You want to worship Jews? Then go and live in Israel. See how much they like you. You want to hate on them? Then go and live in Palestine and fight for the Palestinians. Oh, yeah, I saw the National Jewish Party here in the United States out in front of the White House with a Palestinian flag as they're cutting the face off of Western kind and melting it down. Fuck you. Yeah, we know who you work for. We know where the money comes from. None of these people represent Western kind. None of them are fighting for white well-being. This is the most heinous thing that has been done to Western kind in a very long time. And it won't be the last hero that has its face cut off to sell it. Folks, we were talking about when these anti-white terroristic groups were roaming the streets. Not for all you cucks out there. It's summer of love. Anti-white terroristic warfare on Western civilization. They were putting nooses around statues and dragging them up into trees. Statues of white people. They were dragging the statues as white corpses behind cars and behind teams of people, which would fillet the flesh off of the bodies. They were drowning those statues in rivers and lakes. And now they're melting them in the most macabre, ritualistic, demonic anti-whiteism that you will ever see. But he's not going to be the last. Maybe you don't care because that's Jason's hero down there in Virginia. That's just somebody that Southern people care about. Maybe you don't care about them. But it's going to come for all the other heroes of the West, ones I happen to care about too. They're going to come pull them down too. Charles Martel, face going to get cut off. They're going to take them all out because that's anti-whiteism. And while they're doing it, in lieu of actual Westmen, the so-called people in the white sympathetic sphere are going to be battling over things that don't matter whatsoever and getting us no closer to arresting anti-whiteism. If I had the ability, and if I ever get the ability to strike those motherfuckers down with lightning, you better believe it's going to happen. Sickening. Absolutely sickening. And we lurch further, and we lurch further. Because you know what comes after the symbolic burnings, the emblematic burnings, the ritualistic effigies that go up in flame and in lava. The people. It's already happening, make no mistakes. It's been going on for a very long time across the West. There ain't no rapists out there raping white people, male or female, who is anti-white and or non-white and doing it without thinking about anti-whiteism. That is in revenge for, to some degree, larger or lesser. There isn't one. Beating, robbery, murder, not one. You'd be a goddamn fool to believe that they are overlooking all of the harm that they believe the white race has done to the world when they murder and maim and rape us. Fucking goddamn it. But yeah, go show up at all of these other content creator channels. Go get another King Idol. Go Nazi LARP some more. That point will arrive if we are not able to spread the lexicon far and wide enough. If we are not able to reach enough people, the point will arrive where it's not just in effigy or in lieu of. It's masses of us at a time. And then you're going to do what? Die with your gun? Fuck you, pussy. You're not going to do anything. Just let them wait. No, when you wait, even if you're brave enough to die with your gun, that's how it ends for you and the white race. I don't want to die with my gun. I want to live with it. And I want many more generations to live with it. You got to come together now. And this is what works. This is the coming together. Not tough talking, not rewriting a constitution, not a political party that doesn't work, not cravening somewhere, not trying to not trying to steal land from a country. You can't steal land from your fucking neighbors, but you're going to steal land from a country and start an ethno-state? The symbolism is poignant. They use a torch to score the head of the statue in a pattern of a death mask. Lee's face falls to the floor with a loud clank, writes NPR. The symbolism is poignant for Andrea Douglas, executive director of the Jefferson School African American Cultural Center, paid for with your taxes, in Charlottesville, which is leading the project. It's not that she's black. It's not that she works for an African American cultural center. It's that she's anti-white. Become a people. Stop being a selfish individualist. If you say it's because she's black or whatever this African American, you're a selfish individualist. If you say it's because she's anti-white, you're taking the first steps to becoming a people again. You've seen a lot of Robert E. Lee's face there after they cut it off and it clanked on the floor and melted down for this sick pleasure. And don't you go out there and listen. If you go out there and listen to any of these so-called thinkers, these so-called the philosophers, they're full of shitters. They've got nothing of value but rear view mirror watching. If you go out to them and they're going to give you all these novel takes for your entertainment value, well, on behalf of all the children, the white children that are coming, fuck you for that. That's what I've got to say. On behalf of all the children, since you're giving your time for entertainment, fuck you. They're going to come up with these novelty takes. And since I'm speaking for them, I'm not censoring my speech. They're going to come up with all these novelty takes for you. And one will be, they'll talk about, I guarantee it, is, oh, this is a revenge fantasy. And I will tell you now about their, don't you dare heed a second of that garbage. Because by saying it, they legitimize the anti-white narrative. Let's have a look at Andrea. Where is she? I want to see. We've seen enough of Lee's face getting carved off and melted. Let's have a look at this anti-white dog that's doing that to us. It's to us. Do you see how easy it is when you're busy hating other races of mankind? You don't feel in us. Like, this doesn't hurt. This doesn't really matter to you. This doesn't cause, when I saw this, my heart stopped beating for a second. My stomach literally, physically twisted. Because I have a people. When you don't have a people, when you're busy hating other races, this just passes you by. It's just another news item so that you can hate on other people. I put these things up. I put this up. You know what came back at me? There were people who, and I don't blame all of them because some of them have been taken in by the anti-white J-Spurgs out there, anti-white J-Spurging subverters out there who just subvert white well-being. But they come back, they see this done to us. I complain about this. And they come back with, and I'm like, look at what they're doing to us, to white people. And they come back with a description of bad things that Jews do. Are you fucking kidding me? Talk about a non sequitur. If there's anybody that needs chambers, it's J-Spurgs. And it's these others, these evangelicals that worship Jewish people as though they're living gods. If there's anybody that needs to be rounded up, it's these two groups. God damn. Let's take a look at Andrea. There she is. I wonder if oh, nice. We'll get a nice up-close look at this anti-white monster. Look at that monster. Not that she's black, that she's anti-white. That's what you should see when you look at her. There are black people who stand with us. And there are black people out there who are neutral on it. And you're not a selfish individualist. So you're not just thinking about yourself and how you might be undermined or harmed by black people. You are a member of a community. You are a member of a people, Western kind, the white race. And so when we get harmed, that's the thing that matters. It's no wonder why so many white people find it hard to think about ourselves with this way when you have white people so often demonizing non-white people for thinking about their own and their people's safety this way. That's a bad behavior, Jason. This is the anti-white bitch that decided that she was going to derive this sick anti-white demonic joy while watching, or by watching, the face of Robert E. Lee get cut off his head and then burned and melted in effigy in lieu of actual white people. They use a torch. The symbolism is poignant. Quote, the act of myth-making that has occurred around Robert E. Lee, removing his face, is emblematic of the kind of removal of that kind of myth, Andrea says. Andrea. So, she is literally telling you, literally telling the white race, the myth of Robert E. Lee, that he was noble, that he was respectful, that he was genteel, that he was a man of consummate honor. None of that is real. That's just a myth. So nothing you say, white people, is real. It's all up for an anti-white's interpretation to say whether it's real or myth, real or fake. And then they can burn it down as the symbolism of the eradication of your history. That's what this anti-white bitch actually said. The project is called Swords into Plowshares. Robert E. Lee was defending his country against an invasion. Swords to plowshares. Taken from a Bible verse in the book of Isaiah. A furnace is ignited and heats to more than 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit to burn the body of the white race. Workers feed pieces of the body of the white race into the kiln, including General Lee's saber. Quote, we are turning swords into something else, says Douglas. That saber is the object of violence. He defended his country against an invasion. And it was the object of power, the object of conquest. Close quote. No, not close quote. I think that is an important symbol to really sort of dig into. So Robert E. Lee's sword represents conquest. He defended his country. Who is she talking about then? Not Robert E. Lee. Don't get this wrong. She doesn't have the history wrong. That sword is the sword of the West. That's what she's burning down in effigy. She knows very well that Robert E. Lee was offered command of the entire army of the United States, and he turned it down to take a lower rank in a Virginia militia against the invasion. And then, of course, they elevated him because of his stature, experience, and grades from school to the General of the Confederate States of America. She knows very well he was defending, not using his power to conquer. That sword is the sword of the West, and she and the rest of the anti-whites are coming for you. Whether you're in Italy or France or New York or Pennsylvania or Ottawa, New Zealand, wherever you are, you don't deserve to exist, white race. Everything you have is by way of conquest. That's what this anti-white bitch melted down. Don't let some cuck-servative tell you that, well, golly, she just doesn't know the history then. I guarantee you they'll be saying it. I guarantee you there'll be lawyers in the different conservative groups that have made tons of money off of, we can do this with lawsuits and that with lawsuits. I guarantee it. And they'll be telling you, well, look at how dumb she is. When you don't know the history, you get it wrong. I guess we have to start another history campaign. That's the sword of the white race. That's what Lee represented. Just after nightfall, foundry workers remove the crucible, which glows a bright red orange, and pours the steaming molten bronze into molds. Schmidt says the most exciting part for her is seeing the new ingots created. Quote, because that's about going forward. Don't you dare oppose going forward. Don't fall into their psychological warfare traps. So how would you oppose going forward? You'll start talking about the past, going back to things the way they were and all. Don't fall for it. They're going forward. We want to go backward. Do not do that. We're going forward to a future of white well-being where people like this bitch and Schmidt and the others go to fucking jail for this shit. That's what we're going to. They'll get the opportunity. Citizenship removed, and you can go live in another country, or prison. She says, watching the workers flip out the blocks of metal as if turning out a loaf of bread. For security reasons, few people were invited to watch. Among them, people to watch? People to watch? Like, as we recapture our destiny, when we pull down the statue that's yet to be erected of the anti-white who murders an enormous number of white people, when we pull that, is responsible for the policies that did, when we pull it down and it's going to get melted down, I don't have to go because I'm not psychotic. It's just garbage. It's just waste. They viscerally, anti-whites viscerally hate our very existence. Among the team, Ash Lee Woodard Henderson. How many names do you need? Who feels the weight of what she's witnessing. Oh my gosh. As like a proud Black Appalachian who was born and raised in the South, I know this to be more than just a symbolic moment. Yeah, like your life infinitely better born in a Western country than even European kings just over 100 years ago. That's how bad it is for you. Shut your fucking mouth. Henderson is co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center, paid for with your taxes, in Tennessee, which has long been an incubator for labor and civil rights activists, anti-white activists. She sees opportunity in this moment. I bet. I'm most excited about, but while this is going on, right, where's that Palestinian flag, right? Or where's that Israeli flag? I'm most excited about what it looks like to repair what reparations look like for folks in Charlottesville. What it looks like to tell the new story, Henderson says. I think this, so it's total white erasure of our history. There's going to be a new story. As you know, a joyful occasion, in reality, dire strait of political nastiness that we've been surviving. It's so hard for you that you have this job paying you a shit ton of money at an institute that exists because of our money, with electricity that causes the lights and the computers to work that we made, and the roads we built for you to get there, and the water to run, and the toilets and everything for you. It's so fucking hard. Oh, for the Reverend Isaiah Collins, a Methodist minister, the deadly white nationalist violence in Charlottesville in 2017 was a turning point for the nation. As a Christian, as a white person in this country, it was a moment that made me reconsider everything about how I understood our country, how I understood my family, how I understood myself and my identity. We can reconsider it in Mexico. How does that sound? Quote, I was thinking Humpty Dumpty couldn't be put back together again, says Collins. We still have a lot of work to do. But this statue that has cost us so much violence, so much hurt, so much bloodshed, the statue did that. Anti-whiteism did that. Just like what you are expressing, probably in your church every day, Reverend. It's gone, he says. And it's never going to be put back together the way it was. You're right, because I'm going on that fucking pedestal next, bitch. The melting down of the Lee statue will take weeks. It weighed nearly 10,000 pounds. That's what white people do when they say, we're a people, Southerners got together. You know, and a lot of these things were the daughters of the organization called the Daughters of the Confederacy. White people got together and they said, we're a people. Our particular hue of Western civilization here is Southern. We cherish these people, and we're going to put these monuments up. We're going to name our streets. But what's been happening since then? Anti-whiteism. And now all these selfish or white people driven to fierce, selfish individualism. Already in place then. But driven over these years since to fanatical, selfish individualism. And instead of an expression of pride and love in us, there's a hatred of non-white groups of people. Do you think there'll be any statues made of white people, 10,000-pound bronze statues made of white people, when white people today concern themselves with how many news networks Jews own, and they hate them for that, and how many burglaries and etc. are committed by blacks, and they hate them for that, and that's their expression? You think there'll be any 10,000-pound bronze statues? Nah, I'm going to go ahead and guess no. I've been right all along. I'm going to come back from whatever I have to come back from to haunt these motherfuckers who have stood in the way. Every single one of them. Organizers say the next step will be choosing an artist who will craft the bronze ingots into a new art form to be displayed in Charlottesville. Golly, I can't wait for it. That's what you get, folks. I got to take a breath. We got this anti-white Jason, Whitlock. I shouldn't have forgotten his name. Jason Whitlock coming up. And I will read what I have here. Totally educational, from start to finish. And I'm going to tell you what, it's so educational, because here we have Robert E. Lee getting pulled down. And in the very thread I'm referencing right now, folks showed up either because they've been brainwashed and they need to be redeemed, which is what we do with our brothers and sisters. We redeem them from all of these different paths that are wrong, ignoble, harmful, injurious, deleterious, etc. Or they're actual subverters. And this is genetically, or they could be anti-whites, undercover, or they are genetic mutants and they just wage war on everything that is not self. I wrote, new GOP House Speaker Mike Johnson is an anti-white piece of shit. He speaks of his two sons, comparing their lives at age 14. Michael, who is black, and Jack, who is white. With perfect anti-white malice, Johnson says that his black son will have a much harder time in life than his white son. And this is, his black son is adopted, if you aren't aware, and he adopted long before he had white children. He and his newlywed wife brought in at 14 years of age Michael, and they reared him, sent him off to school, and etc. And then they had their own biological children. What happened to the white kid that didn't get adopted? I wonder. These crypto anti-whites, of course, they're going to have us focused on hating Jews. And these others, they're going to be talking about how awful this or that group is. But my first question is, what happened to the white boy, 14-year-old boy or 10-year-old boy, who didn't get adopted by this well-to-do couple, who very successful, and we're going to put him into education and get him into university, get him on the right path from the wrong path that he was on? Why was it more moral for this piece of shit to choose somebody outside of his race? Now, let me make clear to you that I believe that Michael, the black Michael in this case, not Mike Johnson, I believe that he deserved to have the best opportunities. I believe that could be afforded to him. I believe that it's that everybody who shows a desire to go from a bad place to a good place, I mean, that's basically at the very root of what we do, should be afforded those tools. And as long as they keep chugging along and going in the right direction, more power to them. I want to see him succeed. I want to see, if I could go back in time and see that Michael at 14, I would want to see him succeed. But I also want to see that 14-year-old white boy, or the 10-year-old white boy, or the 12-year-old white boy who was also off the tracks, on the wrong side of the tracks, and heading the wrong direction. I also want to see him saved. And I notice that there are all these white people who prefer saving non-white people to white people. And I find that reprehensible. I find that utterly immoral. I find that odious and hateful as all hell. We need to take care of our own first. There is something very clear that's going on, and that is this anti-white, immoral, moral imperative. The social morality is the anti-white morality in the West. And that says to people like Mike Johnson and his newlywed wife that the most moral thing you can do is to benefit non-white people. And the non-white group that's most angelized and therefore most deserving of benefit are black people. So how many of those, and we can leave it to one. What happened to the white boy that didn't get adopted by the Johnsons? Did he go on to have a productive life? Did he get to go into an expensive university? Did he get the wisdom that Mike Johnson and his newlywed wife had passed to them from their white parents and their white ancestors? That great wisdom coming down generation to generation. Did that white boy receive it? They passed it on to Michael, the black son that they adopted. But did that white child, did he get it? And wasn't he deserving of it? Did he end up staying on the wrong side of the tracks? Maybe he's dead. Maybe that beautiful life that he would have led and the beautiful children that he would have had, they never got to be. And one of the pictures of Michael Johnson, the black son, his mother, adoptive mother, is holding what appears, I think it's a little girl, a black little baby girl, and presumably that's Michael's daughter. This white son that never was didn't get to have a daughter. He didn't get to have that wisdom passed on to him. He didn't have that feeling of security that Michael got to have. He didn't have that feeling of safety, of parents that love him, that Michael got to have because of anti-whiteism. Because white people are infected with it. Because Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the House, is an anti-white piece of shit. So he goes on in this interview, Mike Johnson. I'll finish what I wrote here. And I'll tell you, Johnson says that his black son will have a much harder time in life than his white son, affirming the anti-white narrative, of which we all know is false. We all know is fiction, the anti-white narrative. In lived experience, not a jot of it is true. But he, from the seat of United States government authority, Speaker of the House, tells the world, because that's the position he holds now, even if he didn't hold it when the interview was held, that the anti-white narrative is real. Black people have nothing but this uphill challenges. White people, everything is easier for them. Johnson has got to be effing kidding me, I wrote. Everything in the West is anti-white, and no groups get more preferential treatment than non-white groups. But no, Johnson is so serious about how hard society is on blacks that he asserts that there has to be more anti-white systemic change and transformative solutions. So, cutting the fucking face off of the white race in some bizarre anti-white demonic ceremony where anti-whites show up with a black cloaked as well to what? Chant as it was happening? That's not far enough, according to Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the House for the Republican Party. No, there needs to be more systemic change. Oh, you mean all the preferential treatment, special privileges, and freedom from responsibility already in place for non-white people in education, in business, in starting businesses, in loans from banks for your life, for businesses you want to start, in grants from the federal government, in your job security and your career advancement. Fortune 100 or 500 hundreds of thousands of people hired, non-white. Needs to be more systemic change than that, bitch. He needs more transformative solutions. How much more transformative can it get, doughboy? Speaker of the House for the Republican Party. Spit in this motherfucker's face. Anti-whites galore. And then, they show up. This guy here is an evangelical. And they show up under this thread. And there's a couple of dimwits under there speculating about whether or not he's actually Jewish. I don't give he could be a fucking turtle. He is anti-white. What is wrong with you? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch Jason Whitlock. And we're going to review a little bit of what he has to say on this, because this guy it's crazy to me that he has the ear of Tucker Carlson when he was on Fox. I don't know how many times he's been on with Tucker on X, probably repeatedly. You recognize his face now? Probably repeatedly on there. So he's just put out there again and again by all of these dickless wonders. By all of these dickless wonders, conservatives out there, content creators, put on again and again, said to be totally genius, said to be like a moral paragon. I'm not kidding. This is how white conservative content creators have talked about this guy, a moral paragon that we all have to emulate. Again and again in the faces of our brothers and sisters. Again and again and again in the faces of our brothers and sisters. So we're going to review what this moral paragon, what this intellectual genius has to say about Mike Johnson. And we're going to do it right after a very short bathroom break. So don't go anywhere. Happy Halloween and white well-being.
Not the time to focus on the floor. Now's not the time for another brother war. I'm looking forward, could care less about what's been said. Learn from the past, but that is not what's ahead. It's so hard to let things go. These mean pathogens that we've known, but it's time for healing, and time will heal these wounds. I have a feeling that in time we'll find the truth. It's time for healing, and I'm looking past the sky, 'cause there are no boundaries for what stands in our foresight. What if we're not people cursed in the beginning? What if we're warriors on the rise through life's living? 'Cause I believe there's time for our folk. Through what's uncomfortable, we all can learn to grow. It's so hard to let things go. These mean pathogens that we've known, but it's time for healing, and time will heal these wounds. I have a feeling that in time we'll find the truth. It's time for healing, and I'm looking past the sky, 'cause there are no boundaries for what stands in our foresight. Yeah, we're in struggle, but we're starting to join hands. Yeah, we're in struggle, but after this, never again. 'Cause there's time for healing. It's time for healing, and time will heal these wounds. I have a feeling that in time we'll find the truth. It's time for healing, and I'm looking past the sky, 'cause there are no boundaries for what stands in our foresight. For all my folk, it's time for healing.
Happy Halloween and white well-being. Let's get to some epic celebration. Very briefly here in the swashbuckling celebration. Get out your raucous emojis. We're going to be happy. We're going to turn up the good vibe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for and celebrate R.C. the Realist for that brand new song, Time for Healing. Celebrate, celebrate. If you're new, you don't know what's going on, we're going to have a couple of minutes of what we call swashbuckling celebration for the champions who are out there doing things to swash, promulgate the concepts that we use here in service to white well-being. Big attaboy to R.C. the Realist. Epically done, my good brother. Epically done. We want to celebrate for Franklin. Let me pull up right now. You know he's at it all the time, ladies and gentlemen. This time, he is out in the wild, and he is sharing the good work of white well-being. Let's hear it for Franklin. Let's get out some raucous emojis, drop some crowns on his head, spread some gems for his feet. There he is. Look at all of these beautiful stickers out there in the world. Anti-whiteism is evil. You damn well know it is. Stop anti-whiteism. God, Franklin is a god. We also have another sticker. There it is. Elaine Sabatino out of there in the real world. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you celebrate the great Elaine. And let's keep it going for another piece of work found here by White Baron. All salutes, raucous emojis. Make sure you get out those swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure the flags are proud that they're waving, because swashbuckling is what we're doing here in service when we are spreading the love, hope, and redemption of white well-being. God bless you three for swashing in public. It's not only that when it comes to the great Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. He also was over there, and I really want to hear it again here. 07 swashbuckling flags. Franklin is thinking about these things. He's on top of it. He's out there with Donald Trump Jr. and wrote a comment that he got Donald Trump Jr. to say white erasure, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. White erasure. That is another step forward. That is a big step forward to get a content creator, especially somebody of the level of Donald Trump Jr. to say white erasure, because it's one thing to, as big as it is, as monumental as it is. Let me see them swashbuckling flags. As monumental as it is to get somebody to complain about anti-whites, about anti-whiteism, to say that's bad. It's a completely another thing to say the white race is being white erased. That's another level. That's showing an identification with the white race and that white erasure. God bless Franklin. Not only that, if you thought it was going to be enough with his swashbuckling, it's not, because he was over there with Charlie Kirk and on the Charlie Kirk program with some other panelists, and he got them to read a question and accepting the verbiage anti-whites, plural, the noun for the multiple individuals. That's another huge step. When you're out there swashbuckling and you want to get the concepts to our brothers and sisters out there, especially the big content creators, or even in people who are in your family, get them to talk about anti-whites as individuals and anti-white and anti-whites, plural. That's how they have to be identified. It's extremely subtle and extraordinarily powerful and profound step. Let's give it up for the great Franklin. Swashbuckling flags. Make sure he hears it and he feels the love. Crowns for his head. Ladies and gentlemen, Jaeger Hund Blanc reached out to me and shared with me over on Wiktionary, and maybe you all have seen this before, anti-white without the hyphen, the way that I spell it, anti-white without the hyphen. And I point out again to you, decades after I decided to spell anti-white without a hyphen, the World Organization of Rabbis and Jews that make recommendations for Jewish people around the world, they finally got together and said, we're going to get rid of that hyphen in anti-Semite. And they ended up doing it for the same reason. When I thought that I created the word anti-white because it wasn't anywhere, I said, there's not going to be a hyphen in there because of the power it wields without it. It's a thing in and of itself. It's not an anti-thing. And then it says on Wiktionary, anti-white, and then it says alternative form, and it shows with the hyphen. That's the way it should be. In fact, we should just go ahead and make sure it's all anti-white, anti-whiteism, no hyphen. If you don't understand why, that's okay. You just need to understand that this is more powerful than any other way. So thank you, Jaeger Home. Big swashbuckling celebration there. And I'm only going to say this at the very end, and we're going to get right to Jason Whitlock because I know we want to hear about that. On Twitter, there's so many people active. You're active on Gab. You're active on Facebook. You're active on TikTok. You're active all over the place. And I see here and there. I mostly see Twitter. So don't stay active on all these platforms. Try to get the information to me, and others will get the information to me and get the information to Biospirit of the West. I just got a couple that recently I see bubbling up with promulgation on Twitter. And these are not the only ones. We just got to get some names out there. We want to celebrate folks without always making it like everybody's getting named. We want to throw some big crowns. Let's get out the laurels of victory. If there's last names, get out the laurels of victory. Laurels of victory, ladies and gentlemen. Swashbuckling flags for Grace Carlisle Cockatoo over there on Twitter. Melissa, Seamus, and the one and only Biospirit of the West. Let's hear it for that champion. Folks, he's unstoppable. You know he is. Let's celebrate 10 seconds for that champion, and we'll be right back. All right, I gotta try to get some. That's always makes me feel so good. The great work that you all are doing. I see you doing it. We see you. We love you. That's what's changing the world. That's what's changing the vocabulary about how things are discussed in the world. These people who have ignored forever, I find that what they do, ignored me forever, tried to stymie me forever, slander me forever. Now I see them all capitulating and using anti-white, but what they're trying to do to differentiate themselves from me is tack in that hyphen. And all you're doing is weakening it. That's all you're doing is weakening it. If you might not understand it, and you might think, well, you're jealous and you're just not going to do it the way Jason did it. Well, get over it. Get over it. Don't wait until I'm dead to do what's most powerful. But man, we're having a Halloween. We're here together. I'm going to read some of your financial gifts right now and any comments that I can find. And we're going to take a look at Jason Whitlock, what he has to say about Mike Johnson, this new anti-white Speaker of the House that I see interesting. And let me know what you all are thinking. I'm seeing white sympathetics, both implicit and explicit, loving this guy. Nobody cares about the white race, apparently. Some people care about it in occasional mention, in the sense that, well, white people shouldn't, they should be able to have their own things. And others claim that they want some sort of an ethno-state. But then all of their activities are not for the objective of white well-being, of ending our victimization. So they're all saying, yeah, I'm pretty happy with this Mike Johnson guy. Well, I'm not. We are not. We are happy with white well-being. We are happy with arresting anti-whiteism, arresting the victimization of our people. I'd rather have a non-white Speaker of the House that says the big problem today in America is anti-whiteism. Any day, any day whatsoever, I would rather have that. I would rather have anybody that says that. Pick whoever you want. Imagine whoever you want. That's how fanatical I am about white well-being and about ending our victimization. That's how we all need to be. All right. Let's go ahead and find, and we'll put him up on the screen. I don't know if it matters or not. It probably doesn't matter. Okay. We'll pull it up in just a second. Let's celebrate the one and only here on our Halloween special. And again, we'll be back on Tuesday, Halloween. Dude bro moment. Please keep out those raucous emojis. A true champion. I should definitely get I should definitely have a sword available here so I can salute with a sword. Dude bro moment. 50. We're going to put an end to the evil that Republican anti-whites do. Dollars. Dude bro moment. God bless you. No more anti-whiteism. 50 of those. God bless people like Dude bro moment on days like this, at times like this. The only community. Look at the numbers of people watching here. The only community actually talking about white people and our well-being. The only people in the world only focused on ending our victimization, incidentally, for the good of everybody of all races in Western countries. The only people doing it. God help us. God bless you, dude bro moment. Crowns for this man, literal crowns. Dandy Westman, keep those celebrations going for Dandy Westman as he hit the $20 minimum for the celebration, the dollar minimum, $20 of white well-being dollars. Break it out for him. Give this guy some 007s. God bless you, Dandy Westman. I've seen him at work too, rocking it. Out there promulgating, swashing through the hordes on the entertainment media on the internet. That's all they are. These doom grifters out there. God bless Dandy Westman. $20 says another Halloween with no white guilt. That's right. The only kind of Halloween that's worth having. I wish I had a good song for you all. A good Halloween song. I wish I did. See, yeah, we just saw a few more go because they're like, what? Focus on white well-being and ending the victimization of white people. I'm not interested in that. Why hasn't this guy changed his avatar to a Palestinian or an Israeli flag? Because that's not my can fight. That's not mine. Wilson Bear is here. $5 financial gift. This is all over an entropy. God bless the three of you. He says, with those $5, how can we use those powerful images to awaken more of our brothers and sisters? That's a great question. Are you on the outreach team? Are you on the OT? If you're not, please get involved. The link is in the URL, and some people in the live chat will let you know. He says, what's the MC that we can create from it? That's a great question. And I'll put my mind to it and come back with a great MC for us to use. Maybe I'll put it, I'll tweet about it. But a great MC we can use about what's being done to us. And you watch, Wilson, you watch. There'll be a bunch of names show up under there, a bunch of content creator, Twitterites,Xites, maybe they are now. Xite. No, they don't excite anything. But they'll show up and they'll suddenly start talking about non-white races, believe it or not. But we'll come up with something. That's a great question. We should use the imagery. It should be stark. It should be in your face. And I tweeted, I showed as well during this, or I didn't tweet, I showed as well during the stream at the beginning. And epic meme showing it. I added the website to it. Yeah, the verbiage there, fantastic. But we can also use that imagery with other verbiage to get people to grab their consciousness and shake them out of their doldrums or their apathy or their fixations on other groups of people. Danu Nike, Big salutes, 007s, swashbuckling flags. Ladies and gentlemen, please showing up here on Entropy just now with a $25 financial Halloween gift for White Wellbeing. A $25 Halloween gift, he says, for the champions of the WWB, White Wellbeing, the champions of the WWB. Thank you so much for that. Indeed, very Schlotzian thing of you to do, a very pristine thing of you to do. Danu Nike, a true champion. God bless you. We really appreciate that. I will swivel around this way. Hello to the one or two people over there on Rumble. And hello to those who are on D Live. And do we have anything? Looks like we have. I'm guessing this is new. Is that the 6 lemons? I think didn't we have 6 lemons from last week? So that might not be new. The 6 lemons. Well, we thank you, Spartan, for the lemons of cryptocurrency because you gave them, whether they're new or from last week. And we say hello to, is that Infidel? I'm not sure I can, it's very blurry from here, but followed me on D Live, and we are thankful for every follow. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And we have over here on Odyssey, looks like we have a financial gift of 5 of their library tokens, which is their cryptocurrency. Thank you for that. And it's from Who to Thunk It. He says with it, the amount of anger I have toward anti-whiteism cannot be expressed in minutes because it is centuries-long victimization. Not only a physical abuse, but psychological, a much worse perversity. Yes, very well written. You're 100%. I feel it. Centuries of victimization. Let me swivel around here. Thank you all for celebrating those who should be celebrated. And we will refresh. And then we were going to get on to a couple of your comments in the live chat. And we'll get on to Jason Whitlock and what this guy had to say. I have a feeling there's an educational opportunity in there. We have over here on Cash App. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Stand and salute 007s for Stefan on this Halloween special, even though we will be back on Halloween. 25 Halloween White Wellbeing dollars. God bless you, Stephen. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. 25 White Wellbeing Halloween dollars. We have the one and only, folks, the great Yiz, the Unifier, financially gifting on this Halloween special $5. And she says, weekly folk tithe, Kip. Keep it Promethean. Indeed, sister, God bless you, and thank you so much for all the hard work you're doing in service to white well-being. A big salute to you. And look at this. Raucous emojis. Seamus showing up. The guy is multi-talented. People, I mean, it's just $25 financial gift. He says on this Halloween special for white well-being. God bless you, Seamus, a true champion. Showing up over here. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. And we have the name I will use for you is Smith. Smith, financially gifting $25 as well. Keep those raucous emojis going. Thank you so much, Smith. I deeply appreciate it. $25. Writing for white well-being. Amen. I would so be delighted if I had to go before a judge and a jury, and the prosecutor had to say, this guy is for white well-being. And watch the jurors and the judge be like, can't really condemn him for well-being like I could for everything else. But the Halloween celebration is not over. because First Last has arrived. 100 pumpkin dollars. 100 pumpkin white well-being dollars. Give it up. Some crowns, some strew the gems. Strew the gems, toss the gems before it's highly polished so they don't hurt when you step on them. Strew the gems before his feet. God bless you. Thank you so much. 100. And what does he write here? For our future statue of slots. We're definitely going to have a future. Very Slotzian and pristine of First Last to do that. God bless you, man. $100 in the name of the great Slots, who, of course, is with us today. A true champion of truest champions. The names going down for all time. The people who have had the endurance. The people who have stuck with it all of these years, day after day, week after week, month and year after year, sticking with white well-being, sometimes throttling up, sometimes throttling back because we're human beings and that's what's required. But staying with it, God bless all of these people. Thank you so much, First Last. Thank you, everybody celebrating. Jimmy Bobby has pulled in his NASCAR. Great to see you. Art Acrobats. Look at Franklin there with all the pumpkins. I love it. Esoteric Grandpa is here. Hello and welcome. That's better than Curmudgeon Grandpa. Biospirit of the West is here. Jay Bishop is here. Hyperborean Dream is here. Alex is here. It keeps getting more exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Thunder from Down Under, Lucky is here. Great to see all of you. Let me see about tags for me. And we're going to bring, what do you think of the Halloween decorations that, of course, our one and only artificial intelligence, Maximilian von Fock, has arranged for us? It's pretty spooky, is it not? I'm going to need some more H2O. I'm going to need some H2O. The diehards, the change agents, the knights of the white table, the heroes, the men and women of the West. I'm going to write. I'm sure I've mentioned to you all before that I wrote Prometheus Rising with the intent, not just, the intent was there, but also I constructed it so as to be able to create an arc that spans time and thereby be able to write stories within Prometheus Rising and in the future. And I still intend to do that. And some of the kind of stories that I'll be writing will take place in current time, in our current age. And I will be putting into narrative form the life of a man and woman of the West, and how it's a lot like a superhero. It's a lot like a superhero that is in certain places and in certain ways more or less is known about them. And then they have this other life, their real life, that they are active as often as they can be and changing the world around them. And nobody knows the kind of power that they actually carry and wield. You see in the white sympathetic sphere, people will talk about their power level. I guess it's terminology from gaming. And they'll talk about hiding their power level. And they're not doing anything. And there's no power. They have no power. They can't change anything. They're not changing anything. So what's the power? You have assumed the role of the villain in the anti-white narrative, somebody else's story. That's no power. No, we are the actual agents of change. And that's something that's really exciting. A little lonely, because there are not a lot of us. But those will be some fun stories to write. All right. Let me see. Art Acrobats. White Wellbeing Federation Wrestling Anti-Whiteism. WWF. Just Say No says, love the background. One of the best Halloween backdrops I've seen in a long time. Did you create them? Well, I didn't make the videos, but I have put them together for this purpose. Jimmy Bobby says, is the castle in your backyard the guest house? Of course. It leads as a magic tunnel that leads to FourCorners's castle and also to Yiz castle. Jay Bishop says, I talked to a Vietnam veteran today about the work we do. He was listening so intently and loved the no white guilt memes. He said, quote, keep fighting the good fight. That's fantastic news. Very cool. Thank you for sharing that. Hello to Bryce is here. Elaine Sabatino is with us. Great to see you. So is Samuski. Hello to you. Red Dog is here. Wonderful to see all the champions here. Can you all see, if you're arriving late, can you see the black on black? Isn't that exquisite? It's amazing. It's totally amazing. As we reach the bottom of the 8th hour coming up, leaving us about an hour left. Suwannee River, far, far away. It's coming back now for some reason. That's where something down where the old folks play. Is that it? Or do I got it all? Did I start on another song? The Halloween songs that we're supposed to. What's the. I was listening to Somebody's Watching Me. How appropriate, huh? How does. It's not really a song. There's not much. Well, the singing is done by Michael Jackson, isn't it? Can somebody tell me? What are the words? I'm just an average man with an average life. How does it go? I work from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want is to be left alone in my average home. But why do I always feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone? I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Whoa, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? When I come home at night, I bolt the door real tight. People call me on the phone I'm trying to avoid. But can the people on TV see me, or am I just paranoid? When I'm in the shower, I'm afraid to wash my hair, because I might open my eyes and find someone standing there. People say I'm crazy, just a little nuts. But maybe the showers remind me of Psycho too much. That's why I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Whoa, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? That's funny. Al Heindel is here. I saw some live emojis going, so it must have been a song that people enjoy, a Halloween song. Of course, you have the Monster Mash. This is the Monster Mash. Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash. Went off with a bash. The proper grammar to now adapt anti-whiteism to anti-whiteism. Well, the capital W, Jimmy Bobby, you got to drop that. People, it doesn't. it doesn't take anything away from us to lowercase the W in the middle of the word. It doesn't take anything away from our identity. Remember, anti-whiteism as one word, just like anti-white as one word, yields to the creators / users, the main promulgators of it, the power to define exactly what that activity is. So the W in white is not us. It doesn't, there is the obvious, we put in the definition that it's us. We put in the definition that it is a discrimination directed against us or harm directed against us. But it's not the word white for white people in the middle of the word. And that's why people, I think, feel a need to capitalize that W. Now, when it comes to that E on the end, I've gone back and forth over the years. And you can see in older and older editions, sometimes I have the E in there, sometimes not. I conducted actual research, asking people in person, when, strangers, when I was in transit for work, when I was just going anywhere, and I would have an opportunity to ask, I would say, tell me something real quick. What does this word say? And I would have with the E, without the E, and I had results kind of all over the place. And how would you pronounce it? What do you think it means? And anyhow, so that's something that, at least at the moment, whether the E is there or not, I'm kind of indifferent on. But it being one word and the W not being capitalized is what really yields it the power. But great question. Thank you. Is that Cody? Hello to you, Cody. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I have no privacy. Now, there is another song. Do you all know 16 Tons? Does anybody know that song? White Wolf is with us. Great to see you. Rockwell, that's the person. Danunaki, yes. Rockwell. Janice is here. Great to see you. Yeah, it's kind of like when it comes to the E at the moment, it's kind of like just what's your personal preference. But the main thing is one word and not capitalizing the W. And it's so telling that this big international Jewish body decades later came to the same conclusion I did decades earlier. Good for them. Promethean Healing. He says, doesn't think he knows 16 Tons. Alex Simpson says, oh yeah, it's a cool song. Now I just got to remember how that one goes. I don't know, after all my yelling. After all my yelling, not the easiest thing to do. Is that Mandy? 16 tons and a bottle of rum? No. Gosh darn, what's the... Let's see if I can actually do this. Even close, because it's bass. Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man is made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. That's it. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble are my middle name. I was raised on the canebrake by an old mama lion. Can't no high-toned woman make me walk the line. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't, a lot of men died. One fist of iron, the other is steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. That's kind of Halloweenish. Red Dog. I like to include the silent E in anti-whiteism, even if it violates English pronunciation rules, because I like to see the word white pop in the middle. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Donald says, Michael Jackson did not sing Somebody's Watching Me. I think of the guy's name right now. No. I know not the totality of it, but didn't Michael Jackson sing that part where he says, somebody's watching me, and then the other singer? Because there's definitely a difference in the voices there. And I think somehow there was a connection between that guy's family and the guy who created Jackson 5. Unless I'm wrong. Somebody can correct me. I like the part in the 16 Tons song. It's an old song. So it's before white males were totally cucked. And he says about his mother that she's an old mother lion, but no high-toned woman can make him walk the line. I love that. What do they say now? Like they can't live without the woman. No, Azimuth Clark, another day older and deeper in debt. Promethean Healing said Michael Jackson did do that part. Okay. Thank you, Melissa. All right, WorldConqueror is going to be a caller today. So there you have it. It was indeed a Promethean Kitchen. Great to see you. Planning on becoming a country singer. I don't know about that. Miss Just Horst is here. Happy Halloween to you. Great to see you. I got to tell you, this microphone, which many years ago I invested a lot in because it's a good mic, many years. I knew I was going to be doing this many years before I had any accounts to do this. And so I got this mic thinking that over time it'll just get more expensive, which of course it did. And it's a great mic. And maybe in a different environment, it would sound even better. But I consulted with Fornol and got another mic to do my my readings for the books. And wow, you can hear like so much more of my voice. And I'm sure it's not just the microphone, but it's the whole medium here. The room that this is taking place, the ambient noise, the fact that my voice is going through YouTube and then out over and then back out to you. And actually I have a couple of intermediate steps. It doesn't just go to YouTube and then you. There are several more steps, and depending on what platform you're on, maybe more, that it's all passing through before it reaches your device, which the speakers could be whatever on. But when I listen to my audiobook, like I'm doing the audiobook for It's a Comedy, Damn It, it's a completely different experience. Hyperborean Dream says, need to show us the room. Do you all remember, those who are been here long enough, that for those who are really active, I said, reach out to me and I'll show you a photograph facing this way, the way I'm looking. And I sent it out to those who are big time activists and wanted to have a look. All right, let's get to this so we can see the value in reviewing Jason Whitlock and all that he brings to the world we live in today. Let me know if you can hear him okay.
Evangelicals should celebrate. Mike Johnson is a man of considerable conviction.
He starts off by saying evangelicals should celebrate, where it was. Could you hear that okay?
He's pro-life, and he's refused to pretend that the 2020 election was corruption-free. I like Mike. People I respect, Matt Walsh, Jack Posobiec, and Mike Cernovich, they're a bit more skeptical.
Why does he respect Cernovich? He's a pure, unadulterated, easily confirmed, absolute grifter. He strolls in to right wing within the anti-white narrative sphere, socio-political activity, to make a bunch of money for himself, was nowhere to be found before, and then promptly disappeared when the opportunity to make money disappeared. And now he's slowly over, I guess, how long now? A year, coming back because he sees the opportunity to make money again.
Skeptical of our new speaker. They pointed to a June 2020 interview to raise skepticism over Johnson's conservative conviction.
Oh, I want to thank Rapunzel. She said, absolutely beautiful singing superhero. Aw, that's very sweet.
In the days after the death of St. George Floyd, Johnson consented to an interview with Walter Isaacson, a former CEO of CNN and president of the Aspen Institute, an allegedly nonpartisan nonprofit think tank. Isaacson, of course, asked Johnson about his emotions following the death of George Floyd, a celebrated activist and American hero. Take a listen.
What did you feel when you watched the video of George Floyd being killed?
I was outraged. I don't think anyone can.
Now, of course, we just had this, and I don't know if it's real. You all can look into it for yourself. But apparently the autopsy, was it the individual responsible for the autopsy, came out and said that he was forced to say that it was asphyxiation. Is that true? Can somebody bring me up to speed there? And that he was forced to say that. Is that true? And that he didn't find evidence of that. Is that true? And then he said that the cause of death was drug overdose. Is that true? So there you have this Mike Johnson, and he's just appalled. He's just appalled, fanning the flames of anti-whiteism.
Can view the video and objectively come to any other conclusion but that it was an act of murder. And
can you believe he's actually saying that? That any person could he's can't believe that any person could look at the video and come to a conclusion other than this guy was murdered by that police officer.
I felt that initially, as everyone did. It's so disturbing. And
so that's the guy. That's the Mike Johnson that Jason Whitlock is very happy with. Look at Whitlock's face too, the smug face. But very happy with, and so many others now are very happy with this guy.
You know, the underlying issues beneath that, or something that the country is.
So he's actually saying, I just want to make clear that no reasonable person could disagree with that outcome. That it was that, what was it, Chauvin had murdered this guy. No reasonable person. So it's like off the table. Anybody saying, wait a second, it doesn't actually look like, when I look at the videos, if somebody were to say, when I look at the videos, I don't actually see his airway being restricted by Chauvin. And apparently he's also on drugs. So shouldn't this be investigated about this drug that kills so many people that he's on? Shouldn't that be investigated? This Johnson is saying, no, absolutely off the table. You can't even question it. And what actually took place here? The actual facts of remember, we talked about this. There is probably 10 or 20 of these instances across the West every single day. And they could turn any one of these people into a martyr, and then have all of these tards out there suddenly start saying, Saint Joy, Saint Fly, Saint Fly, because they think it's funny and that they're accomplishing something by saying that. But that's happening every day. So why aren't they all made? Because any of these is useful to the anti-white narrative whenever they need it. Whenever they need to push it. It could also be something that happens and is put in their lap and they have to do something with, because social media is pushing it so hard and there's not enough other things going on in the world, and they take advantage of an opportunity that is presented to them, opportunism. But this guy is saying, absolutely, the anti-white narrative is real. White police officers just murder non-white people. And if you disagree with that outcome, then you are perfectly unreasonable and you don't have a spot at the table.
Is now struggling with. And I think it's something we have to look at very soberly and with a lot of empathy. And I'm glad to see that's happening around the country.
All right. So I'm not a fan of that response by Mike Johnson, but I understand it. Conventional wisdom at the time of Floyd's fentanyl-induced death was that the white police officer, Derek Chauvin, brutally snuffed out a black taxpayer for the crime of passing a counterfeit $20 bill. Had Johnson spoken more honestly, he could have contributed to the seething racial unrest sweeping the country. Johnson chose an answer intended to tamp down emotion and protect his political career.
No, it fanned the emotion, the anti-whiteism. I disagree about that.
Isaacson then asked a follow-up question. Johnson chose to personalize his response. That's what politicians are trained to do. They want to sound relatable and sympathetic during times of crisis. They're celebrated for it. So Johnson, who is white, referenced his adopted black son, Michael. Johnson and his wife brought Michael, then age 14, into their home before they created their own children. Take a listen.
You know, what it's taught me is we now have 4 other children of our own. And my oldest son, Jack, ironically, this year is 14. And I've thought often through all these ordeals over the last couple of weeks about the difference in the experiences between my 2 14-year-old sons, Michael being a black American and Jack being white Caucasian. They have different challenges. My son, Jack, has an easier path. He just does.
What horse shit. He just does.
The interesting thing about both of these kids, Michael and Jack, is they're both handsome,
So, in other words, we can focus both directions here. For a moment, Jack's accomplishments in life are less than his accomplishments, because everything's just given to him since he's a white male. And that, of course, is the inverse of reality. How does that make white males feel and think and behave out in the world? When you try to do well in the West today as a white male, you face social, legal, systemic, economic, let me go back to the word systemic again, for disadvantages everywhere. If you fight your way into that, and by hook or by crook, by chance, aleatory, whatever it is, you get a good job, you make a decent living, that wasn't all of those dues that you paid. That wasn't that hard-earned effort. Mike Johnson, from the authority of his position, is legitimizing that anti-white narrative that says you didn't do that. If you're a white male, you didn't achieve that. So not only do you have to face the reality that the reverse is true, that you have to affirm is true, but then even if by way of your hard work and chance and etc., you get to a success or whatever level of success, it's not really yours. You really did. That was given to you, affirmed by Mike Johnson. Remember how upset I got over this poll and how revealing it was about Trump supporters and how this massive percentage of them believe that there are all these challenges for Black people in the world. It's such a great testament to how right we are about how the brain works, totally controlled by psychological warfare.
Articulate, really talented kids, gifted by God to do lots of things. But the reality is, and no one can tell me otherwise, my son Michael had a harder time than my son Jack is going to have.
So did you hear that little addition there? The reality is, and now he's going to follow it up with anti-whiteism. Michael's going to have it so much harder in the world because he's Black, with all those quota jobs and everything, etc., where they discriminate against whites for non-whites. It's going to have it so much harder with women and white women everywhere who are just want to make amends for all the harm that Michael has suffered, 10,000 years of suffering, right? On and on and on. All the white people at church and at school and where he got into school, and did he deserve that or because of his hard work and talents, or did he get it because he was not white and they had discriminated against whites and they were giving the spots at school and the et cetera, promotions once he had work because he's not white? Going to have it so much harder. Just think about how much harder it's going to be for him. And he's affirming that. But he said, no one can tell me otherwise. Why did he say that? Because he knows that what he is saying is bullshit. He just revealed, Mike Johnson, nobody can tell me otherwise. Nobody has ever tried to tell him otherwise, have they? It's in that conversation is in his own head. Mike Johnson's never been confronted with us, with people talking about the ubiquitous discrimination against and persecution against of white people, specifically white males. Nobody's had that conversation with him. He just knows it's bullshit. He knows that they pass massive packages of dollars almost entirely created out of the industry of white people, the intelligence of white people, the hard work of white people, the tenacity of white people, and that these, over time, trillions and trillions of dollars are just pumped and funneled endlessly into non-white communities. And he sees them getting better. He sees all the parts of bills where it's broken down and it's this for non-white business advancement, this for non-white student loans, this for non-white forgiveness from loans, this for Black communities, he sees it. He sees on the national and international stage the companies saying every quarter, we've got a new diversity goal to reach. We're going to get rid of this percentage of white people over this quarter. And then they come back at the end of the quarter. We did it. We got rid of that many white people. We've replaced them all with non-white people. Diversity. He sees it. He sees it in government. He sees government at the state level, at the county level, at the federal level, persecuting, discriminating against white people everywhere, and white erasing them and replacing them with non-white people. He sees it. So that's why he threw in this little defensive spit at the end of a sentence. Nobody could tell me otherwise. I'm going to say, when he says nobody can tell me otherwise, what he has just revealed to you is that the previous statement was a statement of faith, not of fact.
simply because of the color of his skin. And that's a reality. It's an uncomfortable, painful one to acknowledge. But people have to recognize every time they must. Kid does. The interesting thing about both of these kids, Michael and Jack, is they're both handsome, articulate, really talented kids, gifted by God to do lots of things. But the reality is, and no one can tell me otherwise, my son Michael had a harder time than my son Jack is going to have simply because of the color of his skin. And that's a reality. It's an uncomfortable, painful one to acknowledge. But people have to recognize that's a fact.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards. Yeah, we print that. But did you know that? And that.
Vistaprint.
And that.
In that.
And that menu.
In that.
And
You
that's
can
embroidery.
print your
Yeah,
whore manual.
We print that too.
Shut up.
All right, so my only problem with this answer is Johnson did not elaborate and clarify why things were and will be harder for Michael, his black son.
Okay, now here's where I got really confused when it comes to Jason Whitlock. Because remember, he's invited, this guy, invited on an infinite number of big conservative content creator shows, it seems, over the years. And he is described as this super genius and moral paragon. He's put in front of your face, moral paragon. Hey, Bill Cosby, the Bill Cosby show, moral paragon style, in your face. And then this.
Systemic anti-black racism is an American reality.
What? What? Systemic anti-black. I'm happy he's using anti-black, though. You're welcome. A sign of the times that we have changed things. He's heard and read anti-white. And so now he's using anti-black. Anti-black is what I predicted would be used to all those old timers who I made these arguments to. It would be a sign of our success, pushing anti-white. And like on cue, it's like I'm King Moses. It's like I'm Moses. And I'm like, this will happen. And then it does. And then instead of Moses, you see, Moses had Jews to follow him. And they seem to have more sense than white people. Because when Moses said things, not all the time, but much of the time, the Jews were like, all right, we're going to go do that. White guy says it, and the white Moses, and what happens? White people are like, meh. They suddenly like, they're like the shop owner.
Johnson should have and should explain that. So should Matt Walsh, Jack Pasavian, and Mike Cernovich.
Yeah, explain. All of these conservative content creators should explain how America is anti-black. Now he used the slur, the anti-white slur, the concept that brought down Western civilization, racism. Now I saw conservative content creator followers in the thread saying that using that concept, trying to say that it means something else, which you can't do. You can't redefine what it actually is in the world, despite how nerdy and loudly they point to a rule book. Grow up. But also saying, using the conservative line of, well, it's the racism of low expectations. That's a mean pathogen. Don't use it. Don't use it at all. And they were saying, oh, that's the kind of defending this guy, kind of arguing and echoing. Who did they listen to this at all? No, this guy's hardcore using this anti-white concept that destroyed Western civilization the way it's meant to be used to destroy Western civilization. White people are the racists. And they make life hard for black males everywhere. And I guess black females as well. That's what the world is. Are you kidding me? Is that because, I mean, a great example of it, I guess, Jason, is you're invited on all these big shows and described by all these white content creators as a genius and a moral paragon. That's another example of this heresy to anti-whiteism. There's this racism in the world. It's so hard on non-whites.
Everyone should quit denying systemic anti-black racism.
Everyone should quit denying it. Fuck you, you fat anti-white bitch. There isn't a single shred of it. Not a single shred of it, Jason. Point it out in the real world. Something tangible that we can put our hands on. Not you go in, when you're black and you go into a store and a white person might look at you strange. No, fuck that. Everybody out there Every white guy that's not a pretty boy, every single one of us that's not a pretty boy, we have gone into stores. We have been in parks. We have been on walks, and we have had women of your race too, but of all races, look at us like, what's he up to? Every single one of us. So you got this insecurity issue, and you just want to take it and apply it to white males and say, oh, it's the white race's fault. All white females, when they see us, they should just flop on their backs. Right, Jason? So there ain't no, it's the opposite. The opposite. You're a fucking liar, you fat anti-white POS.
Johnson finished his comments to Isaacson with these words.
What should we do about that?
I think that we need, we really.
Are you kidding me?
So my wife got me this weird.
He's making money off big money. I guess, Jason Whitlock, that's another way that you're being discriminated against. I've been demonetized twice by YouTube. I have been debanked. I can go on and on and on. Is that a way that I'm given preferential treatment? Is that a way? Everything I do is just given to me. My life is so much easier. Is that all the jobs I go to? I'm much better than your son. I can promise you that. I can promise you that by way of odds. I don't give a shit what his race is. By way of odds, my scores, my efforts, my awards and successes, everywhere I go, I'm much better. I'll put myself up against anybody. And look at how I've been treated. Oh, but I guess it's just given to me. I guess it's just given to me. And how much are you getting paid off each one of these anti-white? How much?
Flexible new tool for Christmas.
A flexible
and at first,
tool.
I
look at this.
Thought it looked kind of crazy.
Oh, it looked kind of crazy. At first, I thought it looked crazy, but now it fits all the way down my ear hole, and I've discovered there's nothing in my head.
We really do need systematic change. I think we need transformative solutions. I think we're at a moment.
There it is. Systematic change. There's not enough systematic change in the world. Can you seriously believe this? This was just a couple of years ago. Systematic change. Not enough of it.
Where we can begin to do more to form that more perfect union, as it says in the first line of the Constitution.
Did he really just say that?
We're at a moment where I think that we really do need.
No fucking way. Did he just say more perfect union the same way the mayor did in Charlottesville? The same way the Democrat anti-white mayor misused the first line of the Constitution to mean an origin, creative, or creation for the United States in its origin to achieve anti-white objectives? Is that what he just did? No way.
Systematic change. I think we need transformative solutions.
Transformative. We'll get to that other in a minute. That's kind of jaw-dropping. Transformative. Systematic change. Transformative. Systematic solutions. Transformative change. What more needs to be done? Great Republican leader of the House. What needs to be done? What more needs to be done? Who is talking about this right now? I looked out on the social media that I had time to take a quick peek at. People talking about in the implicit and explicit white sympathetic sphere, talking about Mike Johnson. You know what they're all talking about? Israel and Ukraine. What's he going to do for Israel? And is that a good or bad thing? What's he going to do for Ukraine? Is that a good or bad thing? Those are the main subjects. These people in the supposed white sympathetic sphere not talking at all about the fact that this POS is as anti-white as they come. He wants more transformative change. And so let's see. What did he just say is the goal? The teleos that you get at by more systematic change and transformative solutions or whatever it is.
I think we're at a moment where we can begin to do more to form that more perfect union, as it says in the first line of the Constitution.
He did say that. form a more perfect union. They have, what did I say about the definition? Interpretation of words. The first line of the Constitution is the Founding Fathers talking about a more complete union than was created by the Articles of Confederation. That is inarguably the case, the truth. They weren't talking about anti-whiteism. They weren't saying that we form a more perfect union by getting more anti-white. They must be using this. For that mayor in Charlottesville to say it, and this anti-white cur here, they must be actually taking the same way they took Jefferson, all men are created equal, and then redefine that to mean something anti-white. They got the same thing here with the first line. Can you imagine how that's going to land on students hearing that the very first line of the Constitution is to achieve a more perfect union, and that means that we have more anti-whiteism? Wow.
All right, so the key here is understanding what wasn't said. What wasn't said is more problematic than what was said.
Oh boy. Preach to us, moral paragon.
Because again, I'm telling you, systemic anti-black racism exists here in America.
This guy,
over the course of America's first 190 years, while white and black evangelicals deconstructed this system, this country's system of anti-black laws, policies, and cultural norms during the last 60 years.
So he's saying, as an evangelical, that evangelicals took down the white racists. They deconstructed the system. But he's saying black and white did this. My friend, only white people could take it away take those laws away because it was our house. You and your people were given things. You didn't take anything down. White people had to capitulate. They had to take it down themselves because they thought it was the moral thing to do. There was no point. Don't you remember? I mean, you kind of didn't stop the slavery thing.
White and black progressive elites rebuilt a system of anti-black cultural norms, laws, and policies. Starting with Lyndon Johnson's Great Society Initiative, the Democratic Party convinced black Americans that our salvation and progress were tied to government assistance rather than obedience to and trust in God. The Great Society bribed black women to abandon the patriarchy, male leadership, and the nuclear family, the central pillars of biblical.
Collateral damage to anti-whiteism. Black families, and just to be clear, for the idiots out there that only know how to stereotype, to be clear, I don't want there to be any anti-black discrimination, anti-white discrimination, no discrimination, persecution based on birth.
Faith. Our allegiance to Christianity allowed us to end slavery, Jim Crow, and segregation. Our faith in God.
White people ended those things. Go ahead.
Government destroyed our families and relegated us to an identity of entitlement and victimization. We're Samson and Democrats are Delilah. Christian faith was our long flowing locks of hair.
Sounds like the ridiculous argument that the Democrats are the real racists.
Our superpower. Does Mike Johnson's black adopted son have a more difficult?
There he is. There he is at 14 with the adoptive parents. I can't help but noticing that the wife is much better looking than Mike Johnson, but okay. And then here he is, and this is probably his daughter or maybe son being held by his adoptive mother.
Path than his brother, Jack? Absolutely. Michael will be criticized for being adopted into a white family. He'll feel pressured via social media and other platforms to prove his...
Wait, he's giving us the discrimination that he's going to face.
Black for being adopted into have a more difficult path than his brother, Jack? Absolutely. Michael will be criticized for being adopted into a white family.
Okay. No white people are going to criticize him for being adopted into a white family. Non-whites might, blacks might. So that's not on us. That's on you, bro.
He'll feel pressured via social media and other platforms to prove his blackness. Jack,
again, that's not on us. That's from black people.
Will never be chastised by his white friends for speaking proper English, excelling in academics.
He'll never be.
And Jack will never be chastised by his white friends for speaking proper English.
No shit. That's the hardship that he's going to suffer?
Excelling in academics and not being able to recite Rick Ross's latest pornographic rap song.
First of all, white people they are not allowed. We lose our jobs. We get thrown out of school for criticizing non-white people, especially black people. You can't criticize the way they talk. You have to adopt the way they talk. And as though criticizing, even if that were wholesale taking place everywhere, even if everywhere black people went, they once a week, twice a week, or whatever, they came across a white person that said, "I can't understand you. You got to say this. You got to say this in more proper, or just in proper English." That's not organized persecution of black people. Are you joking? That's your big evidence?
English, excelling in academics and not being able to recite Rick Ross's latest pornographic rap song. Black kids face those obstacles every day. If Jack chooses,
that he just cited the first big things that came to mind. That's the big anti-black racism that black kids face.
The model song, speaking proper English, excelling in academics and not being able to recite Rick Ross's latest pornographic rap song. Black kids face those obstacles every day.
I am in the twilight zone. That's a joke. How does this guy have almost half a million, working on 500,000 followers?
If Jack chooses to model his father's Christian faith, white kids will not blast him for selling out and adopting a racist religion. In the world constructed by leftists, black kids and adults are constantly questioned about practicing a white man's religion. Jack is under no pressure.
So he's saying that the non-whites will be racist against him.
To embrace a victim's mentality. Being a victim is not part of Jack's racial identity. Jack's culture is not framed as hip.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Jack he's talking about. I just got the name Jack. Let's go back. Oh my God.
Path and his locks of hair.
Those things are the reverse is what the black son, Michael, faces.
Are superpower. Does Mike Johnson's black adopted son have a more difficult path than his brother, Jack? Absolutely. Michael will be criticized for being adopted into a white family. He'll feel
okay, he did start off with Michael.
Pressured via social media and other platforms to prove his blackness. Jack will never be chastised by his white friends for speaking proper English.
All right, Jack won't be chastised for speaking proper English. So?
Excelling in academics and not being able to recite.
You think that Jack is going to go through? In fact, the reality is that he'll be mocked for speaking proper English because he won't be cool. He won't be imitating the African norms of America today. So he's going to be ridiculed as a goober, as a loser. Every fucking commercial, you fat POS. He's going to see white males portrayed as goofy, losers, can't dance, can't jump. Every movie, every set of commercials, every TV show. Fuck you, Jason Whitlock. You gotta be shitting me. Jack has an entire life of being seen as less than every non-white male. Every commercial is going to show the white woman that he should be pairing with, choosing a non-white male instead.
Ross's latest pornographic rap song. Black kids face those obstacles every day. If Jack chooses to model his father's Christian faith, white kids will not blast him for selling out and adopting a racist religion. In the world constructed by leftists, black kids and adults are constantly questioned about practicing a white man's religion.
Well, that sounds like an internal problem. You're going to say that's the white man's fault?
Jack is under no pressure to embrace a victim's mentality. Being a victim is not part of Jack's racial identity. Jack's culture is not framed as hip hop, a form of commercial music that portrays black people as perverted, criminal, materialistic, addicted to drugs, emotional, and intellectually challenged. Jack is free to be a
hip hop, a music that they create and embrace. Was there any more to this, or because this is the whole video and I don't know.
Conservative or liberal, Democrat or Republican. He won't automatically be deemed a social outcast among his peers for thinking the wrong thing. Through the music industry, academia, television, movies, corporate and social media, and corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates, the left maintains a culture that systematically imposes low standards and even lower values on Black people. These reduced standards and values are designed to destroy Black men. Mike Johnson has told no lies. His Black son, Michael, is facing a much stronger...
Listen, when the goal of anti-whites is to victimize white people, they need collateral beneficiaries, people who deserve white people to be victimized. Where does the loot go? Yes, I sympathize with non-white people in general who are being given something for nothing, because being given something for nothing is detrimental. But there has to be the choice to take something for nothing as well. Black males have the choice, and females have the choice to decide whether or not they want to take something for nothing or work for it themselves. So that's a choice that they make, and they have agency. They're adults. So that means they are responsible for taking that. The white man is not responsible for them taking something for nothing and then suffering the consequences of not having to work for what they have. Unbelievable. So what this guy is doing is he's blaming the white race for Black people getting something for nothing.
Headwind than his white son, Jack.
He's just saying that this is the low expectations. White people at it again.
That does not mean Jack has a wind at his back. He doesn't. He's facing a headwind too. What is being done to Black boys and men is now being done to heterosexual white men.
Oh.
I want to challenge Matt Walsh, Jack Posobiec, and Mike Cernovich to avoid harsh judgment of Mike Johnson until we've had a chance to make him elaborate on why his Black adopted son faces a more difficult climb.
Yeah.
What Johnson said in the summer of St. George Floyd might be different from what he should know to be true now. His white son is next on the chopping block. The massacre of men should unite all evangelicals.
Okay, I see.
We united to end the previous forms of bigotry Democrats supported. We can do it again. We owe it to our...
This is the gripe of the Black male who has no power in the matriarchy of the Black family. That's what it is.
Our ancestors. It's our calling. That's my fire starter. Now, let me elaborate, just in case I have not been crystal clear. And I'm bending over backwards to be crystal clear today.
Don't bend over backwards for us.
Anti-Black systemic racism exists. We need to embrace and accept that and spell out for people exactly who built the system, who controls that system, who's running that system, and why they're doing it.
Who did?
They're trying to emasculate men across the board, heterosexual, Christian men across the boards. Black men just happen to be on the front lines.
No.
They've been emasculating and eviscerating and destroying us for 60 years.
Oh my God, no.
Those chickens are now coming home to roost as they turn their sights.
This is the white family was destroyed. The white family is the target of anti-whiteism and collateral damage for males in other families. And it was apparently easy to break up the Black family with the collateral damage of these new ideas about how the white family should operate, where the woman should be in charge. So I can sympathize with that, but you got it ass backwards. And you're blaming the wrong people. The people who are responsible for this are anti-whites. You can't use anti-Black racism as the excuse or the formula to understand everything happening as we can with anti-whiteism.
And I understand why Matt Walsh and Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich, I understand why they're frustrated and they're fearful of like, hey, what are they planning for us? What are they planning for my kids? And what they're planning is exactly what they've done to Black men and Black boys. And that's why we need to unite as believers. And we need to identify to people exactly what anti-Black racism looks like. And it looks like the matriarchy. It looks like a culture that abandons the patriarchy, abandons male leadership, and abandons God. Because that's what we have done and we have allowed to happen to us as Black people. That's what's been, and I don't want to paint us as victims because we all have choices. I have chosen to reject that programming. But I'm not going to lie and say that programming does not exist. and that it is difficult to resist that programming, because it is. And they're now, and this is why I love Matt Walsh and I love Jack and I love Mike Cernovich, because they can see and they're trying to stop, like, hey, what's going on here in America is crazy. And what's going on globally is crazy. And the destruction of men is crazy. You can't build a society based on the matriarchy, not a successful one.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And they're looking at a society that's like, well, hold on, Daniel Penny defends himself and defends people on a subway train in New York. And man, they're throwing this guy in jail. And they're sending a message out to all men, particularly white men at this time. Don't you do anything in defense of yourself or in defense of others. We will criminalize it and throw you beneath a jail. I get why you're frustrated.
You can look out into the world and see the endless attacks on white people everywhere, and specifically white males, and the masculinity of white males. That's nowhere in the black community. That's nowhere in society. Black males and the evisceration of whatever power they could have in the household is a consequence of the attack on the white family. He's seeing this from inside the black community, where black males are dominated in black matriarchal households. And so I can sympathize with that, but he's trying to refocus, and he's successfully refocusing millions of white people on anti-black racism instead of the actual source, which is anti-whiteism. We're going to place a call here in a minute. I know this guy said something else, and I can't remember what it was, and I doubt we'll come across it, and I can't find it, but he said something about the Moynihan report, and I don't know what y'all know about the Moynihan report, but that was a report that was done by this guy Moynihan, later became a senator. And he was working, I think, in the Labor Department under Lyndon Johnson. And he said, and anti-whites eviscerated this guy because he came out and said that there was this like vein in the black community. They said that it was that the poverty and the violence in the black community was anti-whites were saying was all because white people weren't giving them enough jobs. That was the big meme pathogen back then. And they said white people didn't give them enough jobs, and so that's why they're criminals. That's why they, in these record numbers, that's why their families look like this. And then Moynihan report came out, and it was called the Negro Family and something or other, subtitle. And he said that, yes, white people are the cause of black people living this way, but black people are responsible to a degree for the way they live their lives and how their families work out as matriarchies. And as a consequence, that's why you have fathers don't have power in the home, and because of this sort of bent toward matriarchy. But then he blamed that on white people as well. He said, well, Jim Crow laws and all this other, he blamed on white people. So ultimately he said it was all white people's fault. But anti-whites, hardcore anti-whites, didn't want black people to have any responsibility. So they attacked the shit out of him for it. So that was that Moynihan report, the Negro Family, whatever it was, something called. And what a lot of black conservatives and white conservatives who endorse them, not all by any means, but what they like to do is they like to point to the Moynihan report and say the problem with the black community is the matriarchy, and the males have no power in the family, and that is because the system is attacking the black male. So we need to do more for black males. I mean, can you really believe that argument? It's fucking insane. But you will meet conservative white women who will hear this garbage and then say, we need to do more for black males. We need to just do more. Really? How many of my fucking jobs do they need to have? How many of the promotions that I deserve do they need to have? How many of the grades that I deserve that they need to have? How much, bitch? How much? Fucking disgusting. All right, we're going to place a call in just a minute. We're running out of time quickly, so it's going to have to be a short call. Take that down. Sick and tired of looking at that guy. We have in the thaumatological mailbag, Elaine has sent us a glorious box of goodies. You're not going to believe. Take a look at this. Isn't that just fantastic? Let's hear it for Elaine Sabatino. It just gets better and better and better. Look at this. These are stupendous. Well done. There are others. She did a fantastic job. So thank you so much. That was in the thaumatological mailbag. I really appreciate it. And big packets of stickers, which can be found places. I mean, look at that. How would you like to find that somewhere instead of the normal stuff that you normally see associated with the white sympathetic sphere? I mean, there are just tons. There are tons. I'll show more on Tuesday when I'm back with you all. But God, this lady is a true champion for white well-being. Yes, there are more there. Somebody sent me talking about George Floyd. Somebody sent me a George Floyd book. I don't know who sent this. It was in the mail. George Floyd, Creepy Pastas, Volume 1. Speak up or forever hold your peace. I guess, thank you. It smells good. I did smell it. So thank you, whoever sent this. I guess it's comedy. So I'll have to check it out. But thank you. That was in the mailbag as well. And when you acquire things from NoWhiteGuyCollectibles.com, you'll get a few of these treasures that the great Elaine Sabatino has made. And it's truly lovely. We deeply appreciate her hard work and service to white well-being. God bless you, lady. And so what else? I think let's quickly take a look here. We have Wilson Bear back again. Get out your raucous emojis. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Wilson Bear is back again. And he is financially gifting $20 this time. Give this man some crowns. Throw some gems before his feet. 20 white well-being dollars this time. Thank you so much. What was it the first time? It was 5. Okay. He says, you liken Lee's face being melted to the white race being defeated. I know a lot of white guys who don't follow politics, whose attention might be attained by was letting them know they've been defeated. Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully said. Did you mean to financially gift again another $20? If you didn't, let me know and I will refund. Just let me know. But otherwise, let's celebrate. We can keep the celebration going just in case. Another $20 from Wilson Bear. So that's $45 in total. God bless you. Whether it's 25 or 45, let's hear it for Wilson Bear over here on Entropy. God bless you, brother. And thank you. That's a great idea. Let's get to the phone call really quickly. WorldConqueror for a quick one. Here we go.
Hello?
Hello, brother. Promethean Hills. Happy Halloween. And a quick, the mic is yours. What's on your mind?
Oh, hello. So something I was going to say is I've been trying to figure out what I can do quickly. And something I've realized is something I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start creating funny poems to record.
Cool.
A lot of the stuff that happened, just because one of the things we've been saying is, and people in the white sympathetic sphere in general, or this part of it, not the other parts of it, is that we need to sort of record everything and say what happened. And so I wrote like poems making fun of a bunch of stuff.
Oh, nice.
And I can only say one today, but
okay.
If anybody has any requests to make any poems about a certain topic, I'll try. And I was going to read this one poem.
Go for it.
Actually, is this stream child friendly? Because I might want to not say it, but it's kind of funny.
We're late in the night, and folks just heard that it might be a little untoward, so they can cover the young ones' ears. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. It's not child friendly, so just a warning, you might not want to listen to it. Yeah.
Go for it.
But I'll just say it now. The poem is called A Journalist.
Okay.
A journalist. Her name was Hannah. Her Adam's apple was bananas. She hated living in Montana. Called it privileged white folk Savannah. She did not like being paparazzi. Don't like Sir Trump. He is a Nazi. We must destroy disinformation if we want to save our great nation. That's the end of the poem.
Nice. Nice. I like your idea, man. That's a novel approach.
Yeah. Have a great day. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. Well done. Bye-bye, brother. That was awesome. That I didn't expect. That was the last thing I expected would be a poem. Just making sure right here we didn't miss anything. Heading to the background. And it looks like... Oh, Wilson Bear back again? My gosh. $20 more? Whoa, folks, get it out. Get out the Raucous emojis. Wilson Bear is unchained. The bear is unchained in the house. $20 more. And he writes here, I would love to see them talk about the Naturalization Act of 1791. I would love to see some transformations in that direction. Yes, sir. Well said. Thank you so very much, Wilson Bear. Quadruple 07s. That's $65 during the Halloween special tonight. I hope you all had a good time. And we don't get to Halloween, but just once a year, and maybe not even once a year anymore. They'll take that away from us because that's how the anti-whites operate. But while we have our time, we're going to make the most of it. And we are going to be as loud and proud as we possibly can be in service to white well-being. And it's a special time. I was thinking about it today and actually the past couple days, that we are, in all seriousness, objective reality, the folks that are making the difference in the societal conversation. And it's almost like you have to pinch yourself. You're like, it's our ideas. It's our efforts. And we're seeing it on a national scale, multinational scale, showing up this change. I mean, you just see like Jason Whitlock using anti-black. He's saying anti-black because he's seen anti-white. He would have just gone with racist in the past. These things specifically predicted by us and coming true as a consequence of all of these great folks that we name and some that we don't name, some don't want to be named, some that we just haven't named yet because we're not seeing their great work yet, but the Spirit of the West sees it. And it's an amazing thing. It's frustrating at times to see the numbers of people who show up to do nothing, to not be part of the change for the better, for white well-being in the world. But, you know, it's also extremely rewarding to be the ones who are the change. We'll see if we can start up some sinister music here in the background for Halloween. I will be back on Tuesday. I will be back, and we will continue rocking toward the recapture of our destiny. It's all in our hands. So that's a profound responsibility. But it's kind of like in sports, getting the ball at the last minute. And I have gotten the ball at the last minute more than a few times and always won the game. And so we can do that here as a team. We are doing that here as a team. We've got to take these items that we looked at today. We got to make memes. We got to talk to our family, and the world will continue to change. And at some point, the spirit of the West, with the good spirit of the West and good people in the world, we will come to the fore of everyone's awareness that we are the real change agents. Maybe it's better that for a time, the anti-whites in their real sweeping numbers and power are not very aware of who we are. Maybe it's better that way. But nonetheless, the credit will come. The credit should come. It's the right thing to do. And I will fight to the very end to make sure you all get the credit that you deserve. A most happy Halloween if you're not going to be back with us on Tuesday around 8:30 or 8 or somewhere around there, this coming Tuesday, p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you can't make it, I understand. I will be here. I might be in costume. We'll be laid back and we'll be talking about white well-being and changing the world we live in. Until then, I love you all. Happy Halloween. Let's go free.